echo. At the bottom says frozen hate, lose of virtue. When traitors stay, bruised Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Locked with one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom says frozen hate, lose of virtue. When traitors stay, bruised Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Locked with one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters echo. At the bottom says frozen hate, lose of virtue. When traitors say Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google legs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one search, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom says frozen hate, lose of virtue. When traitors say Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google legs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one search, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters late. So 9 stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead, dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's lost sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, frosters, hiding 6 below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom, sits frozen hate. Lucifer chew, when traitors fade. Brutus Judas locked in ice, too late. So 9 stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead, dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's lost sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, frosters, hiding 6 below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs and how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky lunch sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in mighty flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, postures, hiding the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate. Lucifer chew when traitors fade. Brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs and how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky lunch sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in mighty flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, postures, hiding the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate. Lucifer chew when traitors fade. Brewers Judas locked in too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal bankers with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom says frozen hate, Lucifer virtue. When traitors stay, Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal bankers with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead, dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo, sin, but barred from grace. All is singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Locked with one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frost postures hide in 6 below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom says frozen hate. Lucifer chew when traitors fade. Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead, dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo, sin, but barred from grace. All is singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Locked with one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frost postures hide in 6 below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom says frozen hate. Lucifer chew when traitors fade. Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom says frozen hate, Lucifer Jew. When traitors fade, Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs and how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's lost sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in mighty flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs postures hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom says frozen hate. Lucifer chew when traitors fade. Brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs and how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's lost sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in mighty flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs postures hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom says frozen hate. Lucifer chew when traitors fade. Brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So 9 stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs and how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead, dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's lost sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate. Lucifer chew when traitors stay. Brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So 9 stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs and how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead, dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust.
Oh, damn. Well,
Well, we will have to be editing this one and going back now a little bit. We're not going to go into as much detail or tangents, and we're going to be doing a little bit more of a quick reading because apparently OBS now has a hotkey that mutes all of my fucking buttons, and I need to go disable that crap immediately, wherever the hell that keybind is. Because I don't know what the hell I hit that did it, but apparently I had muted everything. So, to do a quick recap of the past hour and 15 minutes that we've been doing this, we are getting into Canto 28. We have said a lot of stuff, and in fact, we will probably have to re-record this whole episode, but we'll try and continue from here regardless, because we're all here and having fun with it. So we have gotten to the eighth circle. We're in the ninth Bolgia. I'm going to do a quick recap of the reading as quickly as possible reading through. We're not going to do any stops until we get to where Despy just stopped, because fucking OBS. I don't know how long I've been muted, and I don't want to go back in the stream to figure it out because that's just a lot of dead air while we wait. Instead, you might get 2 readings, or this might be the first time. Who knows? We'll play it by ear.
either way, it'll be edited out.
Yes, eventually. Whoever could, even by untrembled words, tell of the blood and of other wounds in full, which now I saw by many times narrate. Each tongue would for certainty fall short by reason of our speech and memory, that have small room to comprehend so much, if were again assembled all people which formerly upon the fateful land of Puglia were lamenting for their blood. Oh, God, I hate when the terse ends without a punctuation because I don't remember to continue. For their blood, shed by Romans and their lingering war, that of the rings made such illustrious spoils. As Livy has recorded, who errs not, with those who felt the agony of blows by making counterstand to Robert Guiscard, and all the rest whose bones are gathered still at Caprano, where a renegade was each Apuline, and at Tagliacozzo, where without arms the old Alorado conquered, and one his limbs transpierce, and one lopped off should show, it would be nothing to compare with the disgusting mode of the ninth Bolgia. A cask by losing centerpiece or cant, which was never, by centerpiece or cant was never shattered so, as I saw one rent from chin to where one breaketh wind. Between his legs were hanging down his entrails, his heart was visible, and the dismal sack that maketh excrement of what is eaten. While I was all absorbed in seeing him, he spoke at me, and opened with his hands his bosom, saying, See now how I rend me, how mutilated see is Mahomet. In front of me doth Ali weeping go, cleft in the face from forelock unto chin. And all the others who there here behold us, disseminators of scandal and of schism, where living were, and therefore are cleft thus. The devil behind here, who doth cleave us thus cruelly unto the falchion's edge, putting again each one of us all this ream. When we have gone around the doleful road, by reason of our wounds are closed again, ere any one in front of him repass. But who art thou that musest on the crag, perchance to postpone going to the pain that is adjudged upon thine accusations? Nor death hath reached him yet, nor guilt doth bring him, my master made reply. To be tormented, but to procure him full experience. Me, who am dead, behooves it to conduct him down here through hell, from circle to circle, and this is true as that I speak to thee. Okay, so, as fast reading up to this point as we have ever done in a fucking episode of this, quick recap, we're in the hell of people who spread scandal and schism. A couple of the examples that were used were a pillaging army that was essentially tricked into believing that they had won and went and raping and looting before
Nope.
all was said and done.
That was before we got into what the Ninth Bolgia was. That was an example of the hell that is seen in the Ninth Bolgia. The examples of people in the Ninth Bolgia are those like Muhammad.
Yeah, Muhammad, but yes, but
Well, it's spelled here Mahomet, but it's referring to the Prophet of Islam.
I understand that, but there's a distinction between them, and there's a reason why. But damn it, I don't want to get into that. You're gonna get me into theology mode.
Okay,
Stop it. But the Dante bringing this up at the same time, he is trying to give a visual interpretation of what he is seeing. So while that trickery that led there was not a direct implication of the Ninth Bolgia, as we indicate, because that technically the line comes beforehand, because of the way he writes these in cantos in a particular style, everything within a canto relates to that canto or directly preceding one just a little bit, or succeeding one just a little bit at the head and tail. Like, it is almost entirely self-contained that everything that you see is related to that particular sin, and scandal and schism is also a form of verbiage that would have been used in more polite society instead of saying raping and looting and pillaging.
Oh, see, I figured this was like specifically the schism between Islam and the church.
I'm sure it's probably dually meaning that as well, because 1300s, we just finished the end of the Fourth Crusade in 1240 something.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised, like, the Great Schism started before this as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if
1150.
we see... Yeah, if we start to see the
1050.
Yeah, so if we see the various Eastern Church patriarchs mentioned as well.
It is probably alluding to all of that, but remember, the Great Schism is how we refer to it as a historical piece. I don't think they necessarily called it the Great Schism at the exact time.
No.
Whereas at this time period, schism is a far more common word, even in the uneducated zeitgeist.
Yeah, but the point is that, like, and we can see this from it again.
Yeah, that's why I'm just saying.
Contrapasso.
Well,
later,
that's just why I think it's multiple meaning rather than any one particular.
Yes, but like it is the whole point is they are being split in half to some degree, and they are accused of having split the church in some way. So this is
that's an interesting way to view it too, and it's probably not unintentional. Especially when you factor that they left their mouth to speak, as opposed to what would be the more common way to split someone in twain at this time, which would have been to start at the head, because it stops the wailing. We actually have torturers' fucking diaries about this, so don't fucking question me on this. Just go read your history. Like, seriously, they wrote diaries about this shit. So
yeah. Anyways, that's all I was trying to point out is like
and you're right, and you're right too. And I'm
it
glad
seems like he's very intentionally trying to point the finger at Islam and say that Muhammad and his successor in at least one of the two main branches, Ali, were responsible for the schism between Islam and Christianity.
Yes,
and that is why they are the first people you run into when you hit this Bolgia. Yes,
and here's the thing, because we'll get further into it, and Dante does explain partially what he views this as. Here is my dilemma, because I read through this last night before we got started while I was cutting all this out, and by the way this is worded, at least in the Longfellow and in the Sayers, I don't know if he is condemning it personally or condemning the the outcome on a societal like impact for a population, because the way he words it is so ambiguous. It could be either, both, or neither. Just it's an interesting way to view it. I don't know if he was necessarily somebody who hated the Mohammedan like so many in Christendom did at this point. He may have been one of the people who just viewed them as a different faith, like he did so many others. And this may come from, as Rich and I talked about when I may or may not have been muted, he had Islamic scholars that taught him, like actual like tutors from this region. So he may have actually had the humanist interaction with them that led to less of a judgment on Muhammad as a religious figure and more as instead the political figure, because let's be honest, that fucking religion didn't start fucking peacefully. As much as as much as all of the Abrahamic faiths like to claim to be ones of peace, the only one that technically started in peace was Judaism. All the rest started in bloodshed.
Well, in pieces.
I don't know. I think Judaism had its own sort of bloody beginnings, but
No, but not this particular aspect of it. Like it was
what did
not
they do after Moses leads them out of Israel, or out of Egypt? They immediately find people who are occupying a land and genocide them and take it so that they can start Israel.
I mean,
so here's an interesting.
That's if you go by the biblical account, but yes,
of course.
Here's an interesting note from Musa's comments, which is that apparently many of Dante's contemporaries believed Muhammad to be a Christian and a cardinal who sought to become pope.
Yes.
So
yes,
I don't know if that's I don't know if that's actually true.
No, that was a widely held belief. Here's the thing. I don't know if Muhammad ever thought that personally. Like, I don't have records to show that he thought that, but that was a widely held belief in Rome, yes.
But that would explain a lot of why Dante is putting him here, is because if he believed him to be a Christian prior to forming his own religious and political sect, then that would explain, that would, I think, further give credence to the schism thing. Whereas if he was just, his own religion,
I'm giving you that. I'm just saying I don't want to draw too much focus on the schisms, because I think because of the way Dante words this, he's talking about the effect on the populations, not the church, because these wars led to great amount of poverty and famine in Europe during these wars that for the Holy Land, because not all of them were crusades, but we definitely kept fucking going to war there constantly. Like all of that. Like, I think it's more that's what he's talking about. He's blaming him as maybe a religious leader, but a governmental leader primarily, because that schism led to so much death, as he has condemned the 3 previous popes that he put in hell.
Yeah. And also, I just realized, because Ali, I mentioned, was the founder of one of the 2 main branches, is also being blamed for a split, because it was the split between Shia and Sunni.
Yes, because I think, and I cannot prove this textually in this, but I think if you combine this with De Monarchia, I think this is where we see Dante's humanism crop up, where it is only about the effect on what he sees the world around him and the pain and suffering that these decisions cause, as opposed to where he is talking about this, where we're in hell, any of the for him, because it's what he focuses on. He doesn't focus on the schisms that are just ideological, that didn't result in like great bloodshed, even though some of those schisms were ideologically far more, like the Byzantine Empire viewed Jesus as the devil. Literally. That is
That's a weird one.
That's a wild fucking schism, but it didn't lead to the same level of bloodshed, and therefore I don't think he views it as negatively because he doesn't see that negative outcome. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? I think this is where we see his humanism outweigh his theology, because that is always what he focuses on. Go on.
When you have two religions like that are really close to each other, yeah, it's a very common thing for one religion to say that the other religion's evil, regardless of actually like looking at any teachings. I mean, look at Hinduism and Buddhism, for example.
Yep.
Like Hindus called Buddhists evil just because they rejected the Vedas.
Mm-hmm. Well, and all of the holy texts. Yeah, but
right.
But there's more to it, but close enough.
There's a whole thing about like Vishnu's 9 avatars, and then one of the avatars is actually that of Buddha, and it's like the false prophet avatar. So I mean, like it's literally written into the religion because of that.
No, and I'm with you on that. That's kind of it's a great example that I wonder if Dante had known about it, would have been included, because he seems to draw that kind of attention even with divisions within the Catholic Church that are not schisms in the way we view that word today, but were schisms amongst different cults within the church, like the Dominicans or the frickin' Benedictines, etc.
Right. I mean, you have the same thing in East Asia, especially in China in like the 5th century BC with Lao Tzu and Confucius. Basically, coming to some similar ideas about how society should function, but one of them being like, "Hey, money's okay," and the other one's like, "Hey, you shouldn't have money," and that was the crux of their argument. And because of that argument, they thought each other were well. Yep. Lao Tzu thought Confucius was bad. Confucius really didn't care what Lao Tzu thought.
Yeah. Let's be honest. If we are going to go by modern terminology, Confucius may have been the world's first absurdist. He literally didn't give a fuck about what anybody thought. He didn't
pretty much.
Like he.
I don't know. Who lived first? Lao Tzu or I can't remember his name.
Confucius.
Greek philosopher plucked chicken in, said, "Behold a man."
At least by the way you're summarizing it, it's not ringing a bell.
Okay, I'm having trouble remembering his name.
I'm not arguing. I think
it was Aristotle who defined a man as a featherless biped, and so this fucking
Plato?
guy. No, not Plato.
I don't know the chicken thing, but you must mean Diogenes. Like he did that.
Diogenes, yes, and
okay.
The chicken.
Euripides
That's the main
Diogenes.
thing I know about Diogenes.
Yeah,
there's two Diogeneses, but one of them was Diogenes the dog, and he was the cynic.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. I don't know if Lao Tzu or Diogenes lived first.
I would say Lao Tzu and what is it? And Confucius lived before that, because Lao Tzu is like 573 BC, like 575, somewhere in there.
Yeah. Diogenes was like around 3rd century.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jack was saying something about Lao Tzu being the first, and I don't remember the word he used now.
That's Confucius. Confucius being the first absurdist.
First. Okay, Confucius being the first absurdist. Anyways, I kind of saw Diogenes as an absurdist as well.
Still, that would have been like 700 years later.
I just want to point this out that I changed my name in Lethe's server to Despiogenes. So.
Okay. Honestly, don't get me wrong, Diogenes, that one's funny, but because of the way yours start, God damn it was just in my head. Decimus would be the one I would go with.
He was the one who walked around with the lantern looking for an honest man.
Oh, I'd have to change my name to Despomus.
You never found them.
Yeah. Or you could go a little bit more esoteric and go Demosthenes. Desposthenes. But that would be a little bit too despotic.
Yeah. No, like I like my pickle barrel. It's all good.
Yeah. Okay, so now that we are caught up on the reading and caught up on the implications of all this, etc., I would like to get back into the reading because we got all that done in like 15 minutes. Okay, I'm proud of us. Shit, great reset. Fuck. OBS, stop fucking up, so I don't have to do that again because that was fucking stressful. That being said, as we are getting into this, the one thing I didn't recap thus far is the way that this Bolgia is closing down. It is just as populated, if not more populated, than the previous circles we have been through. But because of the topology of the way that this is descended, you're now getting everybody crammed in. And the demon who's standing in the middle of this circle is holding a big-ass falchion. If you don't know what a falchion is, you're obviously not a Dark Souls player, and what the fuck's wrong with you? But falchion is a big-ass sword of the... no, falchion. No, but is a sword that has a big, like, fanned out, like, end to the blade, so it's a big chopper, and that he is essentially using it like a machete to cleave these motherfuckers balls to brain almost.
Yeah, it's got a giant
fart holder
brain,
brain,
and it's got a giant bow in the blade, and it's designed for it's a slashing weapon. You don't stab with it.
Well, yeah, it was. This may be myth, like I know it's like taught in like sword makers manuals and stuff, but this may be myth that the falchion was designed to deal with chainmail. It was specifically a weapon to counteract chainmail. That could be myth though, because like that's sword maker manuals, like that may be why they made it. It also could have been what I think it is because of the evolution of the blade. I think it is more likely an evolution of the Egyptian khopesh, which was a beheading weapon. It wasn't meant to be used in combat. It was a ceremonial execution weapon most of the time.
I mean, with a bow and the blade like that, it could also be a grabbing weapon at the same time, like pulling.
Agreed. No, but that's you and I going martial arts. I'm just talking about like traditional use of why the sword maker made it, as opposed to what we figured out how to do with it. Because for those of you who don't know the martial arts side of it, both Despy and I do martial arts, but the history of some of the martial art weapons were they were farm tools. Because the peasants weren't allowed fucking weapons, so they figured out how to make weapons out of fucking threshers and wheat breakers and
sickles.
Yes,
which is interesting,
or what we call a comma
in the same shape.
Yeah.
Well, the sickle and a comma are slightly different, but
they have the same effect on the farm for the most part.
Sickle the sickle itself is designed for a wider usage of different crops, where comma is almost exclusively only used for rice.
That I'll agree with, but I guarantee you that when you take that comma and you put it in some place like Laos or Cambodia or Vietnam, where those weapons definitely proliferated to, you will see them motherfuckers carried up into trees to catch every kind of fruit off, because it's that quick little pole hook grab and just cut right off the tree, because it's a pole weapon, as you were describing. But yeah, and that's pole, P-U-L-L, not P-O-L-E, because of the in cut of the blade. Now, that being said, even though technically you read second the first time, I do want you to read this next little bit, and then I want Rich to read, because we're going to be getting to the part that's going to be important for there. Just because I'm apologizing for this, we need some comedy back, and I think we need the Despy Kansas fucking accent to kick in while you're reading this part, because some of the words are going to sound great.
Is there a yonder in here?
No, there's not, but there's a bunch of words that are going to sound great when said like a Kansasan.
Okay. Where am I going to?
I don't know if the number lines up, but at least on screen it's 69, unless too great similitude deceive me.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, sorry, one up from that. Sorry, which outwardly was red because that's the middle of the line, even though it looks like a great place to end.
Yep. Okay. More than 100 were there when they heard him, who in the moat stood still to look at me. Through wonderment oblivious of their torture. Now say to Fra Dolcino, then to arm him. Thou who perhaps wilt shortly see the sun, if soon he wish not here to follow me. So with provisions that no stress... Pardon?
It's just the cadence. This is why I asked for it. I'm just hearing the little guitar rip in the background.
So with provisions that no stress of snow may give the victory to the Novaris. Okay. Which otherwise to gain would not be easy. After 1 foot go away he lifted. This word did Mahomet say unto him. Then to depart upon the ground he stretched it. Another one, who had his throat pierced through, and nose cut off close underneath the brows, and had no longer but a single ear. Staying to look in wonder with the others, before the others did his gullet open, which outwardly was red in every part.
Yeah, see, the cadence, I was literally, you started it, but then you tried to say the crazy names like you were trying to pronounce them correctly, rather than a Kansan who would just ran with whatever the fuck came to their head. That's what I was hoping for.
That's a Novaresi. Novaresi. Fra Dolcino.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for, but I didn't want to guide it too much.
Yeah.
A company called REI.
REI, yeah.
Yeah, it's a co-op actually. They sell like tents and sleeping bags and bikes and things like that. They've got a line of bikes called Novara. And Novara's name.
They call themselves REI Co-op, but they are not like an employee-owned thing.
They're a customer-owned co-op.
Well,
so those who shop there own, but they're not employee-owned co-op. They're a customer-owned co-op, which is a different model. But anyway, they have a bike called Novara, which is named after a city in Piedmont, and the Novarese are those who live in Novara.
Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know how to pronounce it because it could be Novarisi, it could be Novaris, it could be Novarace, could be Novaresa. Like there's so many ways depending on where the accent.
Pronounce it in the Italian. I'm just saying it.
No, I know, I understand that, but that's why I was hoping for the Kansas because I was hoping for the Novarishi. Sorry.
Novaricino? Novarisi?
Yeah. It was what I was hoping for because when I read through this, it has that cadence. It has that cadence like the ballad where the guy is getting ready to start the tale of the pick a fucking thing. There's so many of them. The tale of fucking Billy the Kid. That kind of E minor fucking 3-string fucking guitar style. Any of you who've played Red Dead Redemption, you have heard the exact fucking guitar riff I'm hearing in my head. Okay, so the reason I had you stop here beyond the fact that we want to let the others read is because this is a separate punishment. Now we are getting somebody who has been defaced. It's the best way I can describe this without getting too overly graphic.
You're not wrong.
like it's the easiest way to describe what this is because like again, for any of you who have never seen a human dissected, this is just kind of surrealistic. Any of you who have seen like major face injuries know what you're seeing here is a bunch of viscera, exposed bone and muscle, and it's not pretty. And furthermore, the second time, the reason I don't want to go too far into this because I will go into full theology mode, just like I have to stop fucking from going too far into the co-op thing before I go into too much of the politics mode, is the reason that they say Mohammed at this time as opposed to what we now view as Muhammad, is it was an intentional disrespect. To say it in the correct spelling was to claim him to be the prophet. They instead use the original spelling at birth.
That it kind of explains why, when I look at the comments, they never refer to the religion as Islam, but as the Mohammedan religion.
It was referred to such for 450 years before we started calling it Islam.
Okay.
I'd have to
think
look
the
up
other
that
thing
exact
is-
date, but go on. I think it's 450 years.
I think the other thing is that this spelling also ties into like a Bahamut.
Baphomet, yeah, same difference. It,
Because the spelling, it sounds similar, so it has an added level.
I hadn't thought of that, but quite possibly that may have been because remember these are the reason that it is spelled this way at all is the Latinization of the word from Arabic. So this may have been intentional from the transliterators as well, and it just got picked up and everybody else just ran with it. So yeah, that could be it too.
Yep. Because that's the other thing. It seems to have like a rhyming scheme with Baphomet.
No, 100%. And I hadn't really caught that till you brought it
That's also
up.
a common ending, right? Like for names, like in Latin. So
And, well, it's predates Latin, but yeah, yes, it is a Mesopotamian root. But to not going too far into the linguistics, but I hadn't drawn that parallel that maybe they were trying to draw allusions to in that way when they transliterated it from Arabic to Latin to give us what we would call the Romanized spelling.
Yep.
I'll have to dig further into that because my Islamic scholarship is definitely not on par with my Christian or Judaic. And this may actually have been further intentionally done. And we may have like records of it, but I just don't know it. Interesting pull though, so I'm glad you pointed that out.
Mm-hmm.
You want to pick up, Rich? I don't know the line number, but it's and said, "O thou whom guilt doth not condemn." Because I know you're looking at the spreadsheet rather than on what's on screen.
you start with that.
Yep, and then go to they will not stand in need of vow or prayer to finish out the spoken portion.
Okay, but
I don't have the numbers because I didn't line them up last night because I
that
wasn't paying attention.
construction. I guess who said I'm not. I don't know who's speaking with Anne said, but hold on.
It is
whoever was speaking before.
Yes, it was the person who has got his defaced. It's the defaced person.
Fraudolcino, maybe.
Yes.
And said, "O thou whom guilt doth not condemn, and whom I saw up in Latian land, unless too great similitude deceive me, call to remembrance Pier de Medicina. If e'er thou see again the lovely plain that from Vercelli slopes to Marcabo, and make it known to the best of the Fano, to Messer Guido and Angiolello, likewise that, if foreseeing here not be in vain, cast over from their vessel shall they be, and drown near the Catolica, by the betrayal of a tyrant fell." How far are we going?
to just finish out with the spoken part, they will not stand in need of vow or prayer.
Between the Isles of Cyprus and Majorca, Neptune ne'er seen yet beheld so great a crime, neither or pirates or Argolic people, that traitor who only sees with one eye and holds the land with some one here with me, will be fain and fasting with the vision of, will make them come unto a parley with him. Then will do so that to Foccara's wind they will not stand or need vow or prayer.
Okay, so there's a lot to go over in this, which is primarily fucking like regional like locations that honestly are overall immaterial except for their historical implication. Um, I don't think we need to go into them. There's a reason that only Musa tends to even comment on most of this. Sayers doesn't comment on most of this portion because it's essentially just um how to say it.
The one-eyed traitor is, but
Well, but what I'm trying to get at is the location places are less important. It's essentially more just talking about it in the abstract, the kind of like giving them like titular fucking phraseology to these locations and where this stuff happened, as opposed to the importance of the places themselves. And yes, to Messer Guido and Giuliano, likewise, that if we're seeing them not been in vain. This is talking about people who did not see the particular outcome of the battle in question. It is one of those particular things that historically is interesting, but is overall not influential to the story because the social commentary is not about the battle, but the aftermath.
interesting that of the Argolic people, that would be Jason's Argonauts, right?
I think so. Ancom would have to correct us on that.
No, that's the implication I drew from it as well. The Argolic peoples, the people of the Argo.
Yeah, I mean, which would be, I think, at this time period, what they called Sardinians.
Well, Sayers does give two possibilities. She thinks it could be the Argonauts because they committed a murder at one point in the thing. They murdered Absyrtus and threw his body into the sea. But
there was a lot of murdering going on in that. Just
yeah, there was a lot of.
You need to be a bit more specific,
right? But then there's also the fact that there were pirates. The area of Argos was known for piracy, like historically. So he might be referring to history here, or he might be referring to Jason. It's hard to know based on just this mere mention. But I guess you would say, if to the extent that the Argonauts engaged in piracy, it could be them. But also, there were lots of pirates in and around Argos historically.
Yes.
So it's not clear which one he meant.
Well, I would say, based on neither of pirates nor Argolic people, to say that the Argolic would apply to both would be kind of odd. I think the pirates that they're talking about is probably more in the mythological, what's his name? Chrysader, the demigod son of Poseidon who became a pirate on the Mediterranean. Pretty sure that's his name. I think that is the juxtaposition that they're drawing between the two. This was the one the guy who tried to trick people to basically like get pushed off cliffs. Had a pet hippocampus, if you remember the mythology. And for those of you, I'm not talking about part of the brain who don't know your Greek mythology. Just so you know. But at least that's what I drew from this, because the Isles of Cyprus and Majorca, and furthermore, Sardinia are places that before we had better access to history and relied more on mytho-history, were all places that were claimed to be where the Argonauts settled. And Chris Adair, I'm pretty sure that's his name, is the guy who went all over the Mediterranean and was a scourge on Italy, Greece, everywhere. So like at least that's what I'm viewing of this as not of the sea people, as opposed to anything in specific, not of the people of the islands, i.e., not mainlanders. Cat, you're being annoying. Stop it. Okay, so now.
So it is worth noting that there is a region of Greece which a former capital was also named Argos.
Mhm.
So it's more, well, I won't say more likely, but it is similarly likely that he's just referring to Greeks as a whole using this name or this adjective Argolic. Yeah,
And that's kind of the point. Is I don't know if we'll ever truly know his exact intent, but due to the ambiguity and the mytho-history around this, it could be any or all of them, or it could be a generic of good seafaring people versus pirate seafaring people. This could literally just be showing that neither of this nor this is to say they are not of the seafaring, group.
Yeah. That could very well be the case. Yeah, it's saying Neptune never yet beheld so great a crime, neither of pirates nor Argolic people. So
Yeah.
he could be saying like no pirate nor any Greek at all, or what you said.
Seafaring, good, bad, regardless of nationality. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because, seafaring people, we have, in Greece, just like in Asia, they're the Haklo people, in China, and there's many other names depending on what other country you're in. But these are the river people, the people who, they literally live their entire life never stepping foot on dry land. Yeah. Same thing happened in Greece. Not as heavily, but still happened in Greece, too. In fact, anywhere you had port areas, you had people who did this. Because, and this is a little bit of cultural anthropology for you outside of the theology.
They're like belters.
What was that?
They're like belters.
Kind of. I don't know if it's the same implication, but kind of. The reason that we understand this to be through history, because we could track this through so many different cultures, is because staying on the water in an area that is prone to water-based catastrophes, you're actually safer than on land.
I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick break.
No problem. Oh. Now that being said, it's one of those things that if you live near the coast, which for those of you who don't know your population density, that's most humans. If you live near a coast, it is, and your coast happens to be prone to extreme weather, like the Mediterranean is, or extreme wave events like certain places in Asia are, South America are, due to the earthquake activity, etc. You will end up having many more seafaring people due to the fact that those boats can usually ride out the storms more effectively than the houses on land can survive the battering from the sea. The old concept of Neptune's rage and Neptune's folly comes from this very concept in Greece.
Fair enough. Makes sense.
So that's why I say it could just be seafaring people. because they're fucking everywhere at this time period that they're talking about in the mytho history that he's alluding to, I should say, or that we think he's alluding to. Rich, you're popular today.
Yeah. One thing I'm having trouble understanding is, like, he's talking about Messrs. Guido and Angiolello. Yeah. Messer Guido and Angiolello, cast over from their vessel shall they be, and drowned near unto the Catholica by the betrayal of a tyrant fell. The problem I don't understand is, who's the tyrant in question? Because it is the tyrant's betrayal that they're saying, even Neptune, the god of the sea, never yet beheld so great a crime as these two men being drowned as a result of this betrayal. But
I don't know who the tyrant is, but I know the betrayal that they're talking about, because Angiolello was a person who was mutinied against. But I don't know the tyrant that they're talking about. I just knew that they were mutineered against.
Yeah, I just missed the previous line. And make it known to the best two of Fano. So perhaps Fano is.
Yeah, I don't know the tyrant.
I don't know who Fano is.
Yeah, I don't know the tyrant in this one, and at least in the commentaries, they don't say. So, at least in the ones that we're using.
Oh, Fano's a town. Never mind.
Well, but maybe the tyrant was in Fano. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, and at least of the commentaries that we have been using thus far of Musa, Longfellow, Sayers, and Ciardi, it's not really said. There's a couple of allusions to, but not direct naming.
Yeah, Guido and Angiolello are apparently both from Fano.
So maybe their tyrant was their shipmaster, the person who actually owned the boats.
So there's a clue in that trader who sees only with one eye, and it looks like both Sayers and Musa are pointing to Malatestino of Rimini. Don't know that name, but
me either. That's what, like I said, there's allusions to, but I don't know. Like,
it's always a bad sign when your name starts with Mala.
Hey, Malcolm Reynolds takes fucking exceptions. Just saying.
No, that's Malk, not Mala.
Yeah, it's not Mala, because Mala is not traditionally in the language that comes from Malcolm, and you know that. You don't have a whole Allah in there, those in any way. Like, it's just not a typical phonetic construction in Anglo-Saxon English. Like, that's people have to remember. Like, language follows as much the rules of evolution as they do the impetus of bigotry in population. They will take our English language in America, for example. We literally started changing spellings just to be different than the British. Just to distinguish ourselves.
Yeah, so the Italian Wikipedia seems to back this up, saying it was Malatestino, the first Malatesta, called the Eye, the son of Malatesta de Verruccio, who was immortalized by Dante in hell as having brutally killed Guido del Casero and Angiolello by Carignano, brutally killing by drowning in plunging sacks. So it was very much a hyper local reference there.
Yeah, and I have no fucking clue who that person is or why they were a tyrant. like no clue. Yeah. Like, I've heard that name before, because it sounds familiar, but I have nothing else.
Yeah.
Like, I may have heard it in a documentary at one point, probably on Dante. Just nothing else.
Chances are, yeah. So, all right.
Now, that being said, again, I think it is more the crime itself. And the whole point to this is not to indicate that the crime is actually heinous in the traditional sense that we use that word today. It was to imply that he had never seen such a violation of oath, a scandal and schism of loyalty. It is supposed to be indicating a level of moral disgust as opposed to a level of, oh my god, that's horrific. Is the way I read that particular comment about Neptune.
Yeah.
And the reason I'll say this is because I know my mythology, and whether it's Neptune or fucking Poseidon, they were dickheads. like Poseidon was not unknown to betray anyone, for that matter.
Well,
including his own brothers.
Yeah. Well, they very much placed the fickleness of the ocean upon their gods of the ocean.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
yeah,
like,
you'll find this in every mythology. I'm just focusing on Greek because of what we're talking about.
I'm gonna say like if you look at a lot of different polytheistic religions, a lot of their gods can be dicks.
Well, the thing about polytheistic religions in particular is gods tended to be aspects of humanity, and so the level of dickishness of the gods was a reflection of the level of dickishness of the humans who invented them.
And this is why I say it's kind of universal with the sea god, which is why I was laughing about that one.
Yeah.
The ocean's kind of fickle in general. And therefore, no matter
True.
what god you attribute to it, is going to kind of be a fickle prick.
Yeah. I mean,
like go
waves,
through history
tides,
and look,
floods, storms, all that shit.
droughts, etc. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's just true of every one of them. Like, it doesn't matter where you go to Central America, Africa, Australia. Even the Aboriginals have a fucking dickhead in the ocean. Sorry. God damn it. I've been told that's culturally insensitive. Aboriginal
Even Rick's
people
nemesis
apparently
from the ocean.
What?
He's kind of a dickhead.
I've been told that it's culturally insensitive to say Aboriginals as opposed to the Aboriginal people, according to like the Australian voice people, like the people who actually like the people who are Aboriginal people. We don't term. And even though we can get away with saying it on YouTube, I'd rather not say that particular C word.
Right.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Because
there's a couple worse words, but
I don't know which one you were thinking of then, because the one I was thinking of is the one that European settlers gave to
it's just
their offspring with the natives.
It's just a general idea of referring to people by an adjective instead of a noun, right? Like blacks, you wouldn't say.
Yes.
Although it's weird, we tolerate it more in the plural than the singular. Like, we'll tolerate saying blacks, but we absolutely would sound weird if you called somebody a black.
Yes, it would just be bigoted as shit.
It sounds worse than the singular.
But here is my issue with that, and this is why I still have trouble with it. The same Aboriginal person who told me this.
Right.
Also calls himself a black fella. When
you're describing yourself, it's different.
Yeah, I know, but it's why the cultural insensitive. Like, I don't always know where the line is, but I've been told that that's one of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's good enough for me if somebody feels like they think something is offensive, but it's good enough for me. I'll
Yeah, that's why
follow
I
whatever.
stopped saying, the I word for Native Americans, and even I tend to not say Native Americans anymore. I say First Nations people most of the
Which is
time.
so funny because I know so many Native Americans who call themselves Indians, and they say, "Look, we understand it's not ideal, but all the laws that give us rights and shit refer to us by that, and we
And
want to
I
keep those rights,
and
and
I
so we're going to
understand
keep
that.
calling ourselves that."
And like I
And
said,
I was like, "Okay, yeah."
but at that time, I don't like it because, well, I understand why they are forced to do it. I don't like doing it because I know they don't like it either. They just do it because they have to.
Because they're
That's the
afraid that
difference.
they'll start to set a precedent if they start to
Hmm.
call themselves something other than that. Then they, at some point, it might mean that those rights won't apply to
And
them.
and I don't blame them. Look at
Yeah,
every treaty the U.S. government has done with the Native American people. Like almost every single one has been violated.
yeah.
We have only ever respected one. And the reason we respected that one is because the people were killed out by other people. Eventually, we didn't have to respect it anymore.
That's one of the few areas where Gorsuch is based, but I won't go into that.
Yeah, we don't need to go into politics on that, but yeah, this is the same kind of thing as, but it's yeah, dickhead storm gods. How we got onto this is that even the Aboriginal people have their own dickhead in the sea. The only difference is their concept of God is different, so it's a giant sawfish. Just a fun little
Yeah.
trivia for that. Okay, so Ancom, if you would like to pick up.
Yes.
I don't know the line
Which
number,
line?
as I said.
That's fine.
Then did he
Highlight
lay
it on
his
your
hand?
screen. I'll see it.
That yeah, that's why I put it up to the top.
Okay, got it.
And uh,
Yep, I found it. 94.
yeah, and it looks like Jesus Christ, long-winded pricks. Okay, so for ease of stopping beneath the hauberk of its feeling pure, would be the end point. I'll scroll back up. Start.
Right, there it is. 117. All right, cool. Then did he lay his hand upon the jaw of one of his companions, and his mouth oped, crying, "This is he, and he speaks not." This one being banished every doubt submerged in Caesar by affirming the forearmed always with detriment allowed delay. Oh, how bewildered unto me appeared with tongue asunder in his windpipe slit, Curio, who in speaking was so bold. And one who both his hands dissevered had, the stumps uplifting through the murky air so that the blood made horrible his face, cried out, "Thou shalt remember Mosca also, who said, Alas, a thing done has an end, which was an ill seed for the Tuscan people. And death unto thy race thereto I added, whence he, accumulating woe on woe, departed like a person sad and crazed. But I remained and looked upon the crowd, and saw a thing which I should have been afraid, without some further proof even to recount. If it were not that conscience reassures me that good companion which emboldens man beneath the hauberk of its feeling pure.
Okay, so
Yeah, this is too fucking poetic for me to get. I have no idea what I just read.
well, this one's less visual and more of the feeling. Is why the poetry makes sense here, at least. Um, Now, again, the Moscow, I'll let Rich do the commentary since he has the spreadsheet up and he has all that crap like in the margins. Uh, this is a particular person in the time period. That much I do know. But the ill seed for the Tuscan people that at least that my understanding that this is related to, um, was essentially something that led to famine. I forget the exact decision, but it led to the Tuscan people going hungry for I think it was like 2 or 3 years. I don't remember the exact cause, but that much I do remember from the bit of reading I did on this before. Because I was up till 3:30 this morning fucking getting all this shit set up. Because, freaking
I just want to say,
procrastinated.
especially with the Sayers translation on line 106. Think too on Mosca Alak. I think that was. I think he had a time machine. He was talking about the sinking of the Mosca.
Potentially. Or
This proves God.
Or it would be evidence that that name
Checkmate,
is ill-fated, or it is a message that that name is an ill-fated thing to ever fucking give a shit. Like, just to never name the it's like, don't say the M word during a play. Like, you just don't say the name of that famous Shakespearean play when the play is going on.
Remember
Yes,
the
you
Mosca?
call it the Scottish play.
Yes. Yes, we.
That's
Although
only
that,
if you're
that
here,
technically
right?
only that's technically whenever you're in a theater that you're not
Yeah.
supposed to say the play, and since we're not in a theater, I'm fine to call it Macbeth.
Oh, I know, but it was just funnier
I
to
think
do
it
it for
kind
this.
of. I think it kind of evolved. I think the original one was you can't. It's not during production, and then it expanded to only being in a theater, and then just out of pure like caution, it became don't ever say it.
Yeah, at least the way I was taught it in drama class was the reason you do not say it during an actual production of the play is because of the ill-fated happenings that befell actors and stagehands during every like portrayal of that is where
Now,
the myth comes
apparently,
from.
it is
What are you
also
talking?
bad
What
luck.
Macbeth, the
Apparently,
myth
because
about
you
not
got
saying Macbeth. Yeah.
Yeah,
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 apparently,
so
yeah, but we should let the resident theater kid take over from here because I only went theater to kid through high school. He went through college.
well, I've been told that it's also bad luck during production. It's just unavoidable, like to say it in the play itself, because you have to say it if it comes
Yeah.
out of the play. But you're just
yeah,
minimizing the number of times you say it by only saying it when it's in the line.
right. The thing is that if you go back through the history of different like theater productions, especially what is it like from restoration on, you'll see a lot of superstition around like different things like actors and actresses would have rituals that they would do so that they wouldn't get sick. Like they have nothing to do with like anything that would not make you sick. They just believed that these were things that you had to do, like wearing certain clothes while you are clothing items, or having particular items with you when you rehearse lines, and all of these different things. Like there's a wider range of these superstitions, and because I can't remember exactly who had the issue with it, but a famous actor had things like bad things happen to him during a production of Macbeth, to the point where people believed that the superstition was saying Macbeth was bad, and that then bad things would befall you by saying it.
Now, for a little bit of history lesson that goes back before this particular portion, long before Shakespeare, and to a person who has at least been technically named, although not technically the same person. If we go back, even the play Orestes by Euripides Diogenes had this kind of like myth of bad luck about saying the name of the play before it was produced and put on, etc.
Yeah.
And that's ancient Greece. Like, I have the sneaking suspicion it's probably the same thing, some kind of little idiosyncratic, oh, this famous actor tripped and broke their nose, or blah, 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 and it just built from there, and some of it's myth and
Right.
some of it's real, and we'll never know exactly which ones were bad luck and which ones were people psyching themselves out and fucking themselves up.
Yep. But the thing is that when it comes to theater people, what is it? Superstition is a huge thing. Like
But
absolutely
superstition is a second
Even-
language. Like,
Yeah.
there's so many things we have to avoid. Like, dude, oh god, I remember my fucking teacher damn near freaking strangled me when I accidentally peeled up the blocking tape by scuffing my foot during rehearsal.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, that's a thing.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, and for that,
There are ways to have the perfect show go on, and the only way to do that is to follow a particular set of rituals, if you would.
yeah, like honestly, you're not wrong because like I was about to say, it's almost religious because the actual reasoning doesn't matter. It's almost the ritual to do it, just to do it.
Yep. Yep.
You know, like for those of you who do theater, this is the reason why every time if you walk out onto a stage and there's like a low enough doorway, they kiss and touch the doorway as they walk onto stage. It's another one of these old stagecraft myths.
Okay, so this Mosca guy, apparently the reason why he's being invoked is because he famously sparked a feud by murdering somebody and then declaring what's done is done. It kind of reminds me of like when the Supreme Court like made Bush president and then said, "This is not a precedent. You cannot use this for future cases. It's one time." Right, and then of course it's been cited like dozens of times in later cases.
No, I mean you're not wrong to put it into a modern frame. Yeah, that's absolutely accurate.
Yeah, or even right now, even more modern right now, like bombing Iran, and then Trump saying, "Okay, it's over now. It's over. Now we're going to peace." There's no, don't respond. Like
okay, no. See, God damn it! I hate that you just made me have to defend that tangerine piece of shit. But no, there's precedent for this, and it's Jefferson who set this precedent. Jefferson really hated pirates, and I'll point to the Barbary Wars.
They gave us the only U.S. document, official document, stating that we're not a Christian nation. So
not the only official, but the first primarily official. Yes.
Yeah, the only in its day.
Yeah. That I'll give you, but yeah.
Plenty of state documents, like the Constitution of Virginia, for instance, specifically says or avoids mentioning Jesus. But
not just avoid, specifically goes out of its way to avoid any messianic language.
Right. Yeah,
like so that it couldn't be alluded to by any religion.
We have the proposed amendment that was rejected that said that we follow Jesus or something like that, and in the state of Virginia,
I think it was the Lord our God, but yeah, same difference.
I think the name Jesus was actually in it.
Oh, then I may be thinking of Maryland.
And it was rejected for that reason. It was rejected by the state for that reason.
Well, and so, for those of you in who had a woeful, shitty time in civics class because we butchered civics, yeah, we were really, really, really trying to avoid any entanglement between religion and fucking politics because we had just left 300 years of fucking religious war.
400, I'd say. But yeah,
you're not wrong, but like this was the argument by the founders was 300.
Right. Oh, okay.
Like we literally did this intentionally. Like I don't care what your faith is.
Jefferson is also credited for mentioning Muslims when he was listing the people whose rights were covered by the Constitution.
Mohammedans, but yes.
Right, Mohammedans, yeah. Muhammad.
Yes, to tie it back to what we're reading, to not go off into a FOFA spiral.
Yeah, that term does evolve over the centuries, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, think about it. And again, this ties back to what we're reading, at least. The term Christian was not what we think of it today either. Like originally, it was very specific people of the people who believed in Christ who were called Christians. It wasn't everyone who believed originally. That evolved into a more univocal message over time, technically centuries. It did not happen right away. Like that came much later. What was that? 5th century CE, Rich, right?
I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that still continues, like with, like, for instance, the tradition of the laying, like how apostolic succession, for instance, like
Mhm.
he receives the tradition of being a Christian in a more direct way than people who are just like recently converted.
Yeah. I mean, it evolved over time and this isn't just picking on the Abrahamic religions. This is all religions. Despi, our Near East and Far East guy here, could tell the same fucking story. This is
I was
true
going to ask
for.
him.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to ask him about
Which
the division between the Shinto and the Buddhists. At one,
there really isn't one. There really isn't a division between them at all. Like,
Isn't it
as
entirely
a
political?
it's a lot like this. Shintoism doesn't necessarily exclude gods, but there are certain gods that they add to. So, as an example, there is a goddess in in Chinese Buddhism. The name is Kanon in Japanese, but that goddess, as defined by the Jesuits, calling that god a goddess.
Wait, why do you draw that distinction? Was she not female? Or
Because
was it...
this is one of like the earliest depictions of a genderless god. That
Oh, okay.
when the Jesuits came, they actually gendered the god.
Okay,
Because
and that's why I needed to ask, because I wanted to be certain of what you were talking about. Because,
right.
Yeah.
Right. So it was the only reason why they call this particular god a goddess is because the Jesuits said, well, it has to be either male or female.
so they transitioned the god.
So this would have been
the god was non-binary, and they made him choose, and they made the god choose.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, this would be the equivalent of the non-binary thing, absolutely.
Right.
Because and by the way, for those of you who think that this is a new concept, what year was this, Despy? This folklore that we can date it back. Obviously, it's going to be older than
you're looking at going back 2,000 plus years.
Yeah. So this is not a new concept. Yeah.
Right. But what I'm getting at is that this goddess, according to the Jesuits, is basically a Buddhist goddess, but Shintoism adopted this goddess into Shintoism, and that goddess is now a kami in Shintoism. And kami can refer to gods, but it can also refer to nature and a myriad of different things. So that is technically something that's Buddhist, but it's also Shinto at the same time, because Shintoism adopted it and called it kami.
Yeah, that's fair. And this is one of the reasons why we focus, especially with what we're reading, heavily on the Christian theology. Just makes sense. But it is a strong parallel to show that this is why you see so many of these kind of like universal concepts, regardless of region, regardless of religion, regardless of culture, is we're all going through this same kind of evolving, legendizing process of these concepts. It is why at one point in time, I was one of those New Agers who was like, oh, the gods get their power by whoever, how many people worship them.
Right.
Is because it seemed to me, when I was in that kind of like aimless phase of what I believe, that it was one of those things that made sense because we saw so many common things without the interconnectedness. And as much as my Lutheran mom and Catholic dad tried to beat it into me, I didn't buy into the whole concept of pre-Christian Christians. These were the thinkers who were just giving us the will of God before they sent Christ and the other prophet. Like, literally some of this shit predates Judaism. Like, even the concept of Judaism, back when we're not even, like, back when they were Judaic polytheistic mystics, before they even had Yahweh as their supreme God. It goes back before then. And, like, this is something that happens everywhere.
Yeah, the concept of different cultures adopting other people's gods is extremely common when you go back that far. It's only in modern times with our monotheistic religions that you see this big distinction and people argue about it.
In fact, before we get back to the reading, primary example is my most hated doctor of the church, the world's worst first apologist to be most famous, and that's St. Augustine. He literally wrote a book, City of God Against the Pagans. Like, it was literally about talking about these lesser gods not being gods at all, but being demons and all this other shit. Like, he literally diminished their godhood into spirit through apologia.
If only he had read Hinduist like Hindu scholars, he could have been the first, but he was definitely not the first.
Well, I know. I'm just talking about for this type of when I say apologize.
Yeah, I know.
Because as much as I love Hindu and I was fascinated reading it, I don't have the brain capacity to follow 5,000 years of interconnected bloodshed across 2 continents. I just don't have it in me. I already have to do that with Christianity, but I already have to do that for Christianity. I don't want to have to do that for Hinduism too.
Hey, I'm just going to say, if you think the Bible is long, you should read the Mahabharata.
I have. That's why I'm sitting there going, like, I was fascinated. It was beautiful. I'm very glad to have read it. I don't understand
Did you see
a
that?
lick of
There was
it. Say it again?
a YouTube short where this guy from South Korea was like criticizing the West and saying, you guys are evil. Like in South Korea, like, we never had slavery. And then they make him look it up. And it's like they had
I haven't seen this, but
uninterrupted period of slavery in human history.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's why I just looked at the camera. Like, I don't know the clip you're
like,
talking about, but like we learn, like literally, and I shit you not, people.
It's so funny.
For those of you who don't know the history of this, one of the Dutch traders that essentially helped foster and create the slave trade that laterally became the chattel slave trade of America and the slave triangle, he learned how to do from the Koreans. He literally learned how to do it from the Koreans when he was a trader in Southeast Asia.
I mean, this isn't even just a common practice that's indicative just to Korea. It's inherent in also China during the time time period. It's also in Japan during that time period.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that. I was just saying that's why when somebody says that would be like saying America never had slavery. It's huh? Like, are you fucking kidding me? like yes, are there some cultures on the planet that did not ever own slaves? But
Jack,
go ahead.
I'm going to say that this is the same as not saying that America never had slavery. America never had Native Americans. That's the best way to describe this.
That's fair, because like I was kind of dumbfounded for just how stupid that statement was when I know the history of American chattel slavery stems from Korea, China, and fucking Laos.
I said it's Bobby Lee who made the claim, and then was it?
Oh yeah,
and it was hilarious. You've seen that one?
Okay, I know who Bobby Lee is.
Video.
I'm not a huge fan of Bobby Lee. His humor is a little bit too dumb, but I like him. He's a nice guy, but I don't watch him as much, so that's why I haven't seen the clip.
Yeah, that's why he made the claim. I'm sure.
Yeah, generally, I when I watch Bobby at all, it's when he's on with people like Bert Kreischer or fucking Tom Segura, because he works best when he's playing with other comics. Whereas when he's hanging out with his wife, which is what he does on his podcast, it's hanging out with his wife. He's a different dude. It's just not entertaining.
This is from something called the Bad Friends podcast.
I don't remember the names. No.
Yeah, no, I've seen the clip, from it,
It's really
and
fun.
I was like dumbfounded when I saw that. I'm like, what?
Like, it's just it's such a wild claim. It's just, or better yet, for the Mormons in the audience, if you haven't run away screaming by Canto XXVIII, hi, thanks for staying. This is like saying that the fucking Native Americans are literally just Jewish people. Yes, I know that part of your history.
History, don't they still believe it?
From what I have been seeing from people like Alyssa Grenfell and a few other Exmos that like talk about this stuff, they don't teach it as history, they teach it as parable now. But
it all depends on revelation from the
prophet,
elder, the
yes.
prophet. Yeah. I mean, you mean with black people now being able to join the Mormon Church because of prophetic prophecy or whatnot. So
yeah,
Hey, listen, I'll say that hat has gotten them out of a few scrapes.
I mean, I'll give you that, but more my point is, it's just like when you actually read the Book of Mormon,
This is
some
my
of the
argument
claims.
for popes, by the way. Like, you can't, like, it helps us change. Maybe not as fast or as well as we should, but it's a mechanism for change.
Okay,
Right?
I'll give you that much, but all.
Yeah. I know.
all
change
I'm
can
saying,
go in that
all
direction,
I'm
too.
saying is that the Pope has a hat, and
Yeah. Pope does have a hat. That's true.
Oh, and Despy froze. Uh-oh.
Oh, the Holy Spirit.
Oh, okay. You froze
We didn't
there
hear
for a
anything.
minute.
You froze.
Yeah, you
The Holy
froze. The
Spirit,
Pope. You went. The Pope has a hat, and you went. And literally, the screen
okay.
froze.
Sorry, what I was saying is that the Pope has a hat, and the Pope can use that hat to get the Catholic Church out of any shit he wants.
And the prophet of the Mormon Church is not much
any.
different.
Right.
He's tried a few times and failed, but yeah, it's a mechanism for change. It can be good. It can be used.
Yes, and I'll give you it as a mechanism for change, and it can be good. I don't know if I would say it's a good mechanism for change, though. Just I'll draw that little word distinction in there.
Right.
He can make things worse, right? But think about if you're going to think about what, like in the Muslim world right now, like with the Sunnis, you just kind of have tradition that sort of like stays in the people themselves or whatever, wherever it comes from. But
I mean, there's a lot that goes into it because there's even this is the problem when we talk about,
right. And if the Ayatollah were to ever start introducing some improvements into like cultural practices, you would get faster change than you could get in Sunni Islam, I think.
Technically, technically in a vacuum, the way you're talking about it, I would understand why you view it this way. But this comes from the fact that most people, and this is not your fault, in fact, I only learned this a couple of years ago, do not realize that even among Shiite and Shia, there are what would ostensibly be what we would call denominations within. And actually, if you follow, and I know a lot of Muslim people, if they ever watch this, are going to hate me saying this. Actually, the Ayatollah has been the concept of the Imam originally, the Ayatollah laterally, as it was changed by Khomeini and moved in this way, is not how they view it normally, and it is only a very select group, even within that world, that would obey something that is not found in the Quran or the Hadiths. There is a lot of tradition that stem from this, and when you don't have that, when you have the more decentralized, those are the Islamic nations, at least predominantly, not all, but the majority. Those are the ones that are more progressive. This isn't to say they're progressive by any stretch, but are more progressive than the centralized power. So I'm not saying it's impossible what you're saying is true. I just don't know if it's as true as it is in Christendom. Because it hasn't been true in Christendom for about 180 to 190 years now. It lasted a while, but like the Pope has actually been slower to change. We actually saw more rapid changes with older popes because of the more unitary executive theory that was applied to the papacy. It depends on how the power is applied. Like the reason that the Mormons change the way they do is they have living prophets. The Ayatollah and the Imam are not prophets. The Pope is not a prophet. And therefore I don't think it changes in the same metric. And that's why when the Pope stopped using that more unitary executive theory, like I'm talking, remember my bitching about Francis? That he didn't use it. He was too hands off. He should have used some of the power that was given to his seat. When they stopped using that, they stopped being as able to change, affect such change. We see this as the difference between what Francis was able to pull off and what JP2 was able to pull off.
There's another concept in this Dante thing that in this canto that I think might apply. Because we're talking about people who like fought these sort of glorious battles, but then
or vainglorious battles with the way that
what they see as glorious battles, but then you end up with this big division. It kind of reminds me of the Aristea in Dante. I'm sorry, Dante, in Homer. Right, it's specifically in the Iliad, where a hero goes.
I don't remember this part. Yeah, I just don't remember the term. Where does that come from?
Aristea is when you have your moment, your glorious heroic moment, and you like, I don't know.
The opposite of the fatal flaw. Yeah, okay, okay. Sorry, you remember? I know the Latin better than the Greek. You know the Greek better than I do.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say it's the opposite of the fatal flaw because an Aristea ends, right? So you might cut through a dozen Trojans, right? But at the end, you die. So, okay. Same thing here.
So the positive fatal flaw, shall we say?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, an Aristea is something that's good for your side. I mean, yeah, you died, but you killed a dozen Trojans, right? So
yeah, to put this into a story that to put this into a story our audience might know, the movie 300, the Battle of Thermopylae, would be one of these.
Or Troy, the movie Troy. They describe a few Aristeas. The most famous Aristea in the poem is what's his name, who dies, with Achilles' armor on. He steals Achilles' armor.
Patroclus.
Yeah,
Patroclus.
Yeah. So yeah, I say Patroclus, but
I
remember
say Patrocles. So
yeah, but remember, more the Latin side of things. So like, you guys are probably doing it more from the Greek or pop culture. I do it more from.
I read him in the Greek, but the thing is, he goes on that big thing. But at the end, not only does he die, but the Trojans get Achilles' armor. So I'm not sure if at the end, like if he was turning the tide or not. But at any rate, it's these big sort of military moments of splendor that end up creating a lot of like sort of acrimony afterwards, right? Because I mean, ultimately, this is what gets.
Achilles. I'd say the most famous is the death of Hector in that story, but that's just me. But
why wouldn't you say the death of Hector? Well, right, but Hector's fighting Achilles one-on-one. He's not having an Aristea at that moment.
No, he is, because
he does have Aristea prior to that.
No, that is his final Aristea, because of the simple fact that the way that that one goes, he is doing it before the eyes of the walls of Rome. He is the or walls of Troy rather. He is
No,
he is the
yeah,
heart. He was just I forget the exact phrasing, but if I remember it correctly, he was described as the heart of Troy, and Paris was the
but in that,
soul of Troy.
but there's no Arstea there. He runs away. They circle the city 12 times or something, because he refuses to fight, and then he finally gets cornered by Achilles, and then he has to fight. I would not say that that's an Arstea in any sense. He
Okay,
does have
fair enough.
Arstea prior to that. I mean, he is the greatest Trojan warrior, like by far.
Yeah, and like I said, maybe this is just me drawing a distinction because that was what until the horse, what had turned the tide. Because when Hector was slaughtered before the eyes of the Trojan people, that
War was
incensed
lost in
the
that.
people. Well,
Yeah.
but it was lost. We know that because of the Trojan horse, etc. But remember, even the Greeks thought they were losing until that.
Yeah, I would say that. Well, the problem is, I mean, okay, I say the war was won. The war was all but won in that moment. But of
No,
course,
I agree, but that's because we have the hindsight ability
well,
to
no,
look.
actually, I'm talking about if you take away the hindsight, because within the context of the Iliad, it ends with Achilles still alive and everything else. But of course, we know after the poem that Achilles dies. Right, he gets an arrow to
Yeah.
the heel, and it's poisoned. And so he, at that point, it's anybody's game again, because now both sides have lost their top guy or whatever.
Well, yeah, but now
And
you're talking the difference
Odysseus
between military
ultimately wins the day.
strategy rather than the at least because, like I said, I forget the term,
But
in Latin,
Odysseus
but the
wins the day,
aristea,
right?
the
But
aristea,
that's
that
described
you're
in the
talking
Odyssey. The
about.
Odyssey has a different take than the Iliad does in terms of who the greatest person is. And Achilles is the greatest person in the Iliad because he's the main character, right? But then when they get to the Odyssey, and Odysseus is the main character, so now he's the one, right, who ultimately is the reason why they won the war, because he's the greatest of the Greeks
Well,
at that
yes,
point.
but even if we go by this and we go by the concept that Homer was not one person, which I don't
Right.
know if I believe or not. Like, I don't know if there's enough textual evidence
He's
one
one
way or the
person, but
other.
I would argue that he inherits two different oral traditions, and
He,
so his poems are not.
and you may be right. All I'm saying is I don't know if we have enough textual evidence to support either conclusively. Is more my point.
We don't, but most scholars still believe in univocality in the sense that one person wrote it, but not univocality in terms of the narrative, because the Iliad and the Odyssey do have so many different perspectives and seem to
Well,
contradict in different
well, and
ways.
correct me if I'm wrong, because you were the one who took Homeric Greek. We don't have originals of any of the Homer, right?
Um, I don't know what you. Well, we don't have anything in Homer's hand, if that's
Yeah,
what you mean.
and
No,
and this is why, at least for my eyes,
about 3,000
um,
years.
I think the univocality was added in the transliterations later, and remind you, I'm fucking remedial as shit in Greek. Most of my Greek is very rudimentary, basically just being able to follow concordances, shit like that. Um, but from what I've heard scholars talk about in the Greek, sorry, that is a the Eratosthenes is about the poetic flourish. It is about the intent of emotion, not the actual overall effect of the military strategy. It is all about the emotional recitation within the story, as opposed to the actual functional tactics of any of the battles. Correct me if I'm wrong. And that univocality would come from those transliterators bringing that in, since most of those transliterators were from the Christian world, which teaches univocality.
Yeah, I mean, it's problem is there's two ways you can take univocality, right? You could say, at least when it comes to this, because Homer's not writing an original work.
Mm-hmm.
He's translating 300 years of oral tradition,
And
or writing
doesn't he
down
say
codified.
that at one point? I mean, we know that historically, but doesn't he actually say that as well in the
I don't know.
actual text? I thought he said that he's telling stories that he has been told. Like he says it in a poetic way, but
That is the Greek tradition. Like there's a tradition in Greece for authors to start by attributing like multiple hands of like iterations to say, "Oh, I heard this from this person who heard it from that person," kind of thing. Like Plato did this all the time. Yes, it's kind of a way of them saying, if you notice any contradictions, it's not my fault. It's because I heard this third hand or something like that.
well, and
It's a
at
tradition.
least
I didn't know that it went back to Homer. That's news to me. But that
well,
is
no,
something
that is something. That, just to be honest, it's not just a Greek tradition. It's a tradition pretty much in every culture before the written language is invented. Because again, we're going off text quite a bit here on this tangent, but language is a invention. It is a tool. It is a technology. It's just not a physical manifest technology in the traditional sense. And this is the same concept when you were doing spoken folklore. Hey, Despy, how far back can we go with the Chinese tradition? Pretty much stops when we get to when we lose written records, right?
Yeah. Well,
before then, we don't know how much it changed.
yeah. I mean, you're still talking about like
a metric fuck ton.
digs.
Yeah, but we're talking a metric fuck ton. Yeah, we're talking super old.
Like we're talking like before paper, like where you have people that are literally writing on
clay
slats
tablets
of bamboo. No.
Oh.
Slats of bamboo.
Oh, I didn't even know you guys had
together.
Stuff that.
Yeah. So like tablets are one thing, but like these
I knew about
bamboo
the
rods.
I knew the ones about where they'd carve with the metal or the copper stylus into the clay in China and Japan. I didn't know about the bamboo. So you tell me about that.
These strips of bamboo or rattan that have basically get they get holes drilled in them, and then they get woven together, and they literally roll out like a mat. And these each strip has like the characters written like what is it?
I've seen this in like movies and like documentaries. I thought that was like
vertical.
ceremonial. Is this actually the oldest text you guys have? Is this style?
If I remember correctly, this is exactly like the oldest style of text of like for writing for China.
Yeah, remember most of my stuff on this stuff is all folklore. Like I know the stories, not the history of how it was written.
Right. So I mean, this is like quite. I don't want to say quite literally, but like the origins of horizontal writing come from this.
Really? Okay.
The practice of horizontal writing is because you're taking the strips of bamboo, which themselves are like a certain distance, and then you're putting the characters on them, and then weaving them together to then roll them up and then roll them back out. So that like the writing style comes from this, if I'm not mistaken.
You mean vertical, not horizontal? You said horizontal.
Right. Sorry. The vertical writing style comes from this.
It would seem to me that if you're rolling it out like that, you would want to write horizontal.
Because each slat.
Because you're seeing one slat at a time.
Well, no. It's not that you're seeing one slat at a time. The way these would be rolled out is still the reason it would be written vertically, is because of the width of the diameter of even great bamboo, the biggest of the bamboo species. The largest diameter is like 8.5 or 9 inches. So the radius can only be so far and still roll like become a flat piece of bamboo. So they were restricted by the width caused by the radius, and then function and pragmatism.
But there's also a perfect width with this, and when you roll it up and roll it out, it perfectly folds into itself as you're rolling it up because of like the cupped nature of the bamboo at the same time.
Oh, so there's even more that goes into it than just the width of the potentially greatest bamboo.
For this goes for preservation, because like when you can enclose it that well, you get less oxygenation
Well, that, and you can
into
then wrap it in cloak cloth or scroll cloth and whatnot.
correct.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I didn't realize that was the oldest form. I thought because clay, you guys in China and in Japan, and if I remember correctly, it was actually first archaeological evidences in Korea, were the first ones to use baked clay tablets for writing, because you were also the first ones to use baked clay for bricks. We're talking, by the way, people, we're talking like 3000 BCE. This is not fucking new.
Yeah.
this is fucking old shit.
Right.
I didn't realize you guys had bamboo that old. That's why I thought that was ceremonial, like when I saw those things, as opposed to that was just how you do it now. And I didn't realize you had stuff that was that old, because I figured the wood would have degraded. Like we lost, we only have certain small fragments of the Olmec pictographic language, and it's the only known pre-Clovis language. And people consider it a fraud, even though the carbon dates go up, because we have no written evidence of any written language here before, or any evidence of written language here at that time. But if the medium is to be described, they carved it in wood, and wood doesn't survive for long periods of time very well. So I didn't realize that you would have something that old. So this is just fascinating. That's awesome. Okay, I think we are round robin where I am. Oh, do I need to go back? Okay, so I will go back for comment before we move on, because we tangented for a long time. The reason we got off on this is the poetic language here. Even though it describes some real events and real people, it is more about the emotional feeling in this point. It even talks about beneath the hauberk of its feeling pure. This is a emotional resonance within the moment, as opposed to the specificity of historicity in this one. Even though there is some, I think the focus on this was the emotion, because of I flipped back over to the Italian to make sure I wasn't just reading it in Longfellow and catching some transliteration on his part. This is a very emotively worded. It is very high velocity language in Italian, like the proper word, evocative, I guess would be the best way to put it. You agree, Ancom, looking at the Italian?
Yeah, I would say that's roughly accurate.
Okay. So, yeah, this is, and I think that is essentially to be where we're going to get to here. In this, well, maybe not this next section, but before the end of this canto for sure. Is we're going to then get to where, and we've talked about this in previous cantos, like Canto 14 we talked about this, in Canto 4 we talked about this for sure. He sets this up, each canto is almost like its own 3-act play, and all of them is ought parables. And we're about to get to his ought, the lesson that you learn in this bullshit. And I think that's why he is emotively building us up, is because he wants the audience resonating with the emotion before he gives them the message. He does this several times in the past when it's a message, I think, that is personally important to Dante as opposed to socially important. Okay, so I truly saw, and still I seem to see it, a trunk without a head walk in like manner as walk the others of the other mournful herd. And by the hair it held the head dissevered, hung from the hand in fashion of a lantern, and that upon us gazed and said, O me, it of itself made to itself a lamp, and then were 2 in 1, and 1 in 2. How that can be, he knows who so ordains it. Okay, so, fucking clumsy ass language, fucking Longfellow. But,
That's why I like Musa.
I know, but remember why I chose this. But when it comes close to the bridge's foot, it lifted high its arm, and with all its head to bring more closely on to its words, which were, "Behold now the sore penalty. Thou who dost breatheth go the dead beholding. Behold if any be as great as this. And so that thou may carry news of me, know that Bertram de Born am I, and the same who gave the young king the evil comfort. I made the father of the son rebellious." Now, this is the area in the poem where when we switch to the Italian, which I don't have on screen, but it is this final tercet where we see the word contrapasso, if I'm remembering correctly, right, Ancom?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
This is where we're seeing the word contrapasso is in these final tercets.
It's
literally the last word.
It is the last word of the last line.
Yep. And this is why I find it interesting with the way that Longfellow words this. Would you, with what we understand theologically, teleologically, soteriologically, etc., would you think that a contrapasso is rebellious or rebellion?
I mean, rebellion could be a contrapasso
It could be a contrapasso, but is all contrapasso rebellion? Because that's how Longfellow translates it here, and that's why I just find it interesting.
Wait. Where does he translate?
Made the father and the son rebellious. The father and the son rebellious. Last line, contrapasso would be rebellious in this translation, then.
Yes, and the Italian rebelli. It's literally the Italian word for rebellious.
Thought you said the final word was contrapasso. Or evil comfort
the last
is contrapasso.
Word of the last line. The line that Longfellow translates, "Thus is observed in me the counterpoise." Oh, you're missing part of the poem.
Wait, why did this... Hold on. I can fix that. Why the fuck did it not open?
Sorry, I just looked at your screen and realized...
I don't know why it's not there. It should be, but I can fix that in just 1 second.
But that's why he's holding his head in his arms. Because Sayers points this out, that Henry II and his son were Henry II's son was rebellious to Henry II, and he ends up becoming king within Henry II's lifetime. It's like he's still alive. So now you have two kings essentially who are rebellious to one another. And so the idea is that if the son is rebellious against the father, that's like the head being separated from the body. And so that's why that's the contrapasso for that particular character. Because Bertran de Born is the one who encouraged the son to rebel. I guess becomes Henry.
I don't know why. Okay, so the way this is cut in the Longfellow book, which I pulled. Okay, so for those of you who don't remember from the first episode, the whole reason that I'm using this edition of Longfellow is because it's the one that is most used in college syllabuses. Syllabi, I should say. That are used when talking about Dante is Longfellow. I don't know why they use it the most, but it is the one that is used the most. The second most used one is Mandelbaum, and every Dante scholar or fucking Dante enthusiast I have ever talked to says avoid Mandelbaum like the plague, so I avoided that one. But in this edition I got, it is cut very weird. That final little bit I just had to get of which I'll read here in a second when I finish this up. That last little bit was 4 pages later after a bunch of artwork. Like I got to the rebellious son Ancom, And then I saw 4 pages of artwork. I didn't think there was any more. And it ended on a single line, and he's not above putting a semicolon at the end of his cantos, so I literally wasn't even paying attention that it wasn't there. Yeah. But okay, so to finish the reading appropriately now, I made the father and the son rebellious. Actinophel not more with Absalom, and David did with his accursed goadings. Because I parted persons so united, parted do I now bear my brain, alas. For its beginning, which is in its trunk, thus is observed in me the counterpoise. Yeah, so, that's where my confusion one is, because 4 fucking pages, goddamn. Who fucking printed this bullshit?
I was gonna say, because Longfellow's translation from contraposo to counterpoise...
No, that's appropriate, and I was sitting there... Hold on, you put this piece of shit out 4 fucking pages before you give me the final 4 lines, you jackasses. Hold on, who printed this shit? Creative Commons, motherfuckers.
You can just screenshot my spreadsheet.
Yes, but I do this not knowing if you have put it in the spreadsheet or not. So, like, when I do this, I never open up the spreadsheet to do it, because I know I'm not going to use that for the stream. But if you do have it in before next time we do for 29, and we get to the 10th Bolgia just before we go to the late
I put this one in like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, but then we had the real life situations where we couldn't do it, so like, yeah. And like I said, I could not, especially with Contrapasso being the only time it's mentioned in the entire fucking book, all 100 cantos, this is the only time it appears. I could not do it without you, or at least Eucharist, and Eucharist couldn't make it, unfortunately. I would have loved to have both you guys.
You were assuming a different word was being translated from Contrapasso?
From Contrapasso, yeah. Because I didn't read far enough, because I wasn't paying attention, because I was doing this at 3:30 in the morning. Yes, because in my copy of Dante, where I'm clipping this out of, that hits, and then there's 4 pages of artwork, and then the final 4 lines. Or the final 2 sursets.
Because when we get there,
I did just read it.
The 3 different ways that this is translated, because they all have different ones.
Go ahead.
This one is counterpose, right? But then Musa is contrapasso. He just does the word, and then, but interestingly, Sayers says, "Thus is my measure measured to me again." So she describes the contrapasso without saying.
Well, okay, but it's not... okay, at least in my opinion, Sayers' translation does it a disservice. Because the whole point to a contrapasso is not that your own sins are revisited on you. That's part of it, yes. But it is that you do it to yourself. Whereas this looks like eye for an eye with the way she translates it. You see what I mean?
You kind of do it to yourself in eye for an eye, right? Like you do a thing, and then, of course, someone does it back to you.
No, but that's the tip for... That's what I mean. Whereas this, the contrapasso, as we understand it in Christian theology, is you are your own jailer. It is not you are your own judge and jury. That's already not perceived in Christian theology. You and I both know that. I can't think of a single Christian denomination where that's fucking viewed that way. Can you?
Well, yeah, but I'm thinking about the word itself, because even the word contrapasso is kind of a translation of whatever the concept is, right? And I'm looking at the etymology of it, and contrapasso is literally suffer the opposite.
Mm-hmm. But he describes what it is. In previous cantos, you are your own jailer. Anyone could leave if they were just to find the way.
Right.
That is the whole point to it. We just now finally, in Canto 28, get the word.
Right.
He has been telling us what a contrapasso is for the last 27 cantos. Right. And now he gave us the word. And that's what I'm trying to get at, is I think the
Jeremiah
way
had
she
cut off from
described,
its life source,
I just
which is back there last within its trunk. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you can see here. I did this. There's
I
a
just
concept in Greek poetry. You guys would recognize the word if I could remember it. Where you say the pattern of a sentence is mirrored by the second half of the sentence, but in reverse.
Oh,
Happens a lot in Homer.
you're talking about. Wait. Say
shit.
it one more time, because it
It's
sounds like
when
you're
a
talking about
sentence mirrors itself in reverse. So it might be.
Syntactically.
It could be words
anagram.
that are repeated in that
Or
way.
no, not anagram. Palindromic.
Palindrome.
That's what you're
Yeah,
going for.
palindromic,
No,
yeah.
it's not. No, it's called something else.
Oh no,
Hold on.
he's not meaning the spelling, he's meaning in the beats of the
Like for instance,
phraseology.
it could be anything. It could be beats. It could be like noun, verb, adverb.
At least the way you're describing it, it's not hitting with what we may or may not know. Like, just to be honest
It
with
is
you.
a chiasmus. It's called a chiasmus.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've heard the term, but I haven't used that term in fucking 25 years on a
it's really old,
test.
but, like Homer would use it in a way where you might see words, the patterns of the words repeat from the first half of the sentence to the second half of the sentence, but in reverse. And it's kind of shows the divine, at least among Greek mythology, the divine reversal of things that happen. So when you commit a sin, then that sin is revisited upon you. The opposite thing happens in reverse or whatever. Very simple. It was similar to this concept of a contrapasso.
Well, and this is why I'm glad to have you, and I have Despy, and I have Ancom here, because we
Most
have the
commonly in the
linguists.
Iliad, it's I throw a spear at you, you throw a spear at me.
Yes. And that's and I get that, and that would make absolute sense with what we're talking about here, and that may have certain etymological roots if we track it linguistically, and it's useful to do so. But when we are tracking it theologically, as Dante is doing, he is not the origin of the concept, but he is the origin of the word being used for the concept.
Hold on, sorry. Can
you're
you
fine.
repeat that?
He's just the origin of the word being used for the concept, that's all.
Yeah.
And therefore, I think we should follow what he intended, at least, reading what he wrote. You know what I mean? Like, this was the theological implication rather than the linguistic implication.
I mean, of course, he didn't know Homer, so...
no, but he did know Greek. And Homer wasn't the only one who did this, because, what's his name?
I didn't know Greek.
I know
I thought Greek was lost at this time.
I know Greek. He knew some Greek plays. He didn't know all of it.
I mean, he might have known Latin translated works or something from original Greek, but
where he got the myth.
Greek was lost at this time.
Okay, let me rephrase that. In the Greek, no. The story, yes. Is that fair?
Yeah, but I'm not sure a chiasmus would survive translation like that.
I don't think it would either. And that's why I think this is why we should use his implication of the theological rather than the linguistic theological of Hellenistic period. Because I don't think he had that. I think he was using this as Chris Holm essentially is the pioneer of what we now call the contrapasso of that concept.
Virgil is his guide is because he didn't know Greek, right? Or he didn't know the Greek authors. Like he might have had Homer as his guide otherwise,
Maybe, but as we talked about in earlier fucking episodes of this, Dante was a little bit homoerotic about Virgil. In a way that was unseemly for fucking 14th century and 13th century Italy. And that's not saying that they were very queer-phobic at this time. That's actually, opposite is true. They had openly living homosexuals and even trans people at this time who openly lived as the opposite gender. But it was still scandalous in the church. Just because it was allowed in high society, that was because those people had money to hire people with fucking swords and shit. Not it wasn't. The church viewed it as scandalous, and so I think we should view it as Dante would, just at least when viewing his work. Although I do find that interesting that a chiasmus. I have not used that word literally since like a test, and I had forgotten
Yeah, I
what
was
it
back in
meant.
college. I did a paper on it as a freshman.
I don't remember.
Actually got published.
I
I was the
actually
only freshman to have
cool,
my paper published.
awesome. Yeah, like I don't even
And
think it was
on
like like I had to write a paper. I honestly think it was a fucking multiple choice. If my memory serving me, like I don't think I've used that word since a scantron.
right.
So
It's
yeah,
not unrelated to a palindrome. You know, like
yeah, and that would make sense why we confused it for that point, because it's palindromic in intent rather than lettering.
and it can be in a lot of different ways, right? Like it can be the parts of speech repeat, or it could be that the beats repeat in reverse. It could be, you know.
Yeah, I had completely forgot the word until you brought it up.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, like, even though I was like, oh yeah, I've heard that word, I completely forgot the definition too, like, up until you brought it up. See, this is the downfall and why I have a Homeric Greek, a fucking East and Near and Far East Asian fucking studies, and fucking Ancom, who's just a general nerd like me, who we're gonna pit all the little, like, connective tissue that you guys might not piece together. Like, this is why I want to have you guys all here as often as possible, and why I try not to do it when any one of the four of us are missing, and usually we try to add a fifth. Because without this breadth, none of us are Dante scholars. We are using the work of other scholars and then using other connective tissue, because every professor does that to a point from their own education. And therefore all of this could be valuable on a test when it comes right down to a test on Dante. For example, I was doing a test on Beowulf way fucking back in the day, where literally the only essay question on the test was to define what the epic meant by the word heroic valor, or the phrase heroic valor, as it was translated into English. It's, by the way, not what it would fucking mean in the original fucking version of the language, but what it was translated to in modern English was that we had to write an essay on that completely esoteric fucking bullshit that I don't think anybody knows the answer to, because we don't even know who fucking wrote Beowulf. We don't even have, like, the benefit like we do with Dante of, like, knowing his history and knowing, like, parts of, like, like his battles and his tribulations with the church and his battles and tribulations with politics. We don't even know who the fuck wrote Beowulf. It's just an old-ass epic. We know the oldest copy we have of it, who wrote it, but we know it's older than that version.
Well, we don't know the original either, right? Because it was Christianized, it was baptized they try to turn it into a Christian work.
Yep.
By adding references, to God and Jesus and whatever. But the original was pagan.
Yeah.
And we don't have
or at least let's be fair, because of the region that we do know it comes from. Christo-pagan is still an option, because it comes from a time period where Christo-pagan was still a large plurality of Christendom, where they still accepted the other gods, etc.
That reminds me that who was that Christian singing group that had their own version of Hallelujah, but they like made it Christian.
Oh, they've had so many of them.
You remember that?
There's I don't know what group you're talking about, because so many have done that, and anybody who is raised in the church, we've probably heard. I can't even name all of the ones that I've heard through that. Jars of Clay has a version of that, and they're a fucking, like, neo-poppy fucking alternative rock
I mean, they
band.
literally changed the words to add like.
I think you're talking about the one that was done in the 80s, where it changed it to like "God Save the USA" on one of the beats of the song.
I think it was
But
newer than that.
that's the oldest
But
one I know where
yes.
they changed the wording. But maybe there is an older version. I just remember seeing it on the televangelist like TV shit
It was
like
a
all
newer
the time.
version. It was like in the 2000s or something. I'll
Oh,
find it.
no, I know who you're talking about. God, I can't remember his name. He's a CPAC. He was at CPAC. God, I can't think of his name right now. Long, fucking curly, like dirty blonde hair. Fucking like he was at CPAC 2016.
I mean, there are multiple people who've done it, but
But I know the one you're talking about that's recent. Hold on.
and by recent I mean like in the last 20 years. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're thinking of the one that's really recent, that's that asshole. I know there's some scandal around him, but I don't remember what it is. And as much as I like shitting on church members when they do wrong, I don't want to malign him for something he didn't do.
Right.
I just know there's some scandal around this guy.
Here's a version which is not the one I was thinking of, but it's even worse. And
Oh,
it starts
Lord.
with, "You heard at Church of Jesus Christ that Forrest gave his life, but you don't really care about Jesus, do ya?"
Yeah, I've never heard that one. Good God.
Yeah, this is worse than the one I was thinking of, actually. Way worse.
Yeah, the one I'm thinking of just changed like the final line or one of the final lines to like "God bless the USA" type version, like on the beats. Like that's the one I was thinking of. That one you just read off as a fucking war crime. Jesus. Like, because I'm trying to think of how to say the. Despy, you're a linguist who's pretty decent, like at tongue twisters and being able to roll off the tongue and shit like that. That seems really cumbersome to try and sing with that cadence to the Hallelujah song.
Which
The one that Rich read it off again so he could hear the beat. This seems really cumbersome to try and sing this.
I could even just send you the link, but anyway. "You heard at Church of Jesus Christ, and that for us, he gave his life, but you don't really care about Jesus, do ya?"
Yeah.
Yeah, it's they got to add in that syllable
That
because
little dig.
the original line was "You don't really care for music, do ya?" So fitting in the word "about" where you would have the word "for," it's gonna sound awkward as hell.
It's like I said.
I mean, I could make it work. "You don't really care about Jesus, do ya?" Something like that. Like you can make it work.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
it's
turn
just-
about into about. Probably is how you do it.
Yeah, you probably truncate it. Yeah, it's so cumbersome. Like that is so fucking. At least the other guy just did it with the beat and said "God bless the USA." That's easy to fucking tie into almost any beat.
And these Christian versions also like totally flip the point of the song on its head because the song is about doubt. And these songs are about no doubt, like, certainty. Absolutely the opposite of the point of the song.
Well, and I mean, let's be
Because
honest.
Collins, that song was like one of the greatest songs ever written. In my opinion, it's amazing.
I'll agree it's great. I don't know if I could say one of the greatest ever written because there's a lot of great music out there. Like that's a tall fucking order to put that in there. Maybe. I don't know.
I can only judge on how it makes you feel,
No, and that's fair. I just don't know. For me, is popularity enough to be considered one of the greatest songs of all time? We're all music lovers here. Is that?
I'm not going on popularity. I'm going on like the effect, like how it's made me feel personally. Like,
well,
the effect
okay.
that it had on me.
Oh, so you're just talking from a personal opinion. Okay, that's fair enough. Then.
Yeah.
I thought you were meaning like actually like evaluated as like overall like
I mean,
musical
it is
quality.
true that it was super popular, but
Yeah, and but just because we're used
I'm
to
not sure
it
it's even
and
in
we
the
have
top
a
100.
yeah, see for me that's where I'm at. It seems more like it brings back nostalgia because of how often we've heard it, how many people we've heard perform it, so on and so forth. Like that's probably one of the most covered songs in the last fucking 35 years.
Mhm.
You know, like
By people who
easily.
don't understand it.
Or do, but it's just covered a lot. Like it's just prolific. I can understand the nostalgia, but like it's kind of linguistically simple, conceptually simple. I mean, it's
That's a
powerful.
strength to me.
It's powerful. Don't get me wrong, but it's simple. The
I think
music
simplicity
isn't complicated. Or moving or groundbreaking. Like it is not the it is the effect you usually have on a crowd around you as you listen to that. Because let's be honest, that's at least for you and me, Rich. That's going to be where we heard it most was in crowds. We didn't listen to that shit on the radio.
No, I do, but not the
Okay,
radio.
maybe you did.
It's in my song list on Spotify. Put it that way.
Okay, well you're weird. For me, it's like I heard that in gatherings at like church fates and like fucking block parties and shit like that, where people would put it on and sing along.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why that like nostalgia, like I get that part, but for example, Jeremiah Was a Bullfrog is probably one of the most well-known songs. Powerful, simple. Everybody, pretty much everybody who I've ever known who's ever heard it likes it to a point. Um, I wouldn't call it one of the greatest songs in history though, despite that. Like that is a song that has been covered in 200 or 102 languages. I almost said 200 languages. 102 languages. I've heard versions of that in Swahili.
I would say probably up there in the most like they would probably be Sound of Silence.
Yeah,
Simon
because
Garfunkel.
that one is extremely like not only like conceptually complex, it's linguistically complex, and the
teach that.
music is extremely well written. Like it is written in a way that, at least from the performers that I know, and I don't know if this is universal, they said it is a joy to play.
Yep.
And is that just kind of casual, or not casual for Song of Silence, but it is that your hands just move with where it wants you to go.
And I don't
Right.
know anything about any of that stuff because I don't know music, but I teach the lyrics of it as poetry. I do that once a year
Mm-hmm.
because it is like profound on that level too, like really
Yep.
well done.
Oh yeah, and that I'd say Simon and Garfunkel would be Song of Silence would be a better one to say one of the greatest of all time. So
Especially now, I would say Sound of Silence is important now more than ever because it really it's about the spread of anti-intellectualism.
Well, yeah, but no, here's the thing, and you're not wrong. I don't know if it's more important now than ever. We shall see what dipshit in chief does over time.
I
But
don't know if we're talking about profound things that we need for modern times. Then we would be going with 10,000 Fists in the Air by Disturbed.
you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Well, I'm just gonna say, Disturbed was underestimating. Final estimates on the No King protest was 5.8 million nationwide. So
Right.
they aimed they aimed a little shy.
10 million fists in the air. Okay.
Yes. Or at least 5 million and change. Maybe some of them were holding
Right.
signs.
Right.
or cloths over their face. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, thankfully most of them were peaceful, but yeah, that like this is the reality of he's not wrong, but this is the kind of thing where yes, we are facing anti-intellectualism in America again. What else is new? We've been facing this for so long that there is literally one of the most famous quotes that is uttered in the United States is an insult about the United States by a fucking Russian. And that is, there is a cult of anti-intellectualism in America, or thread of anti-intellectualism in America, depending on how you translate it. And it is run through our history to say that your opinion is as good as my facts. And I'm paraphrasing heavily here for brevity, because I don't remember it all off the top of my head. But yeah, Isaac Asimov said that, what was that, 50s? Like, this is not fucking new. Literally nobody that is on this podcast, and some of us are fucking old, are not fucking old enough to remember when that was said, and this has always been a thing. Like, it is a big issue. It is my only issue with the First Amendment. My only. Because it has allowed what we see today with misinformation and disinformation ad nauseum. I wish we could have, like, put a little caveat in there of, and if you're fucking up something for in the public good, we might be able to do something about it. Just, I don't know what the wording would have been, but, like, we needed some carve out for this shit, and the Magna Carta seems to do it a little better, but current UK government is doing it a little heavy-handed, in my opinion. Like, I don't know what the right wording would have been, but this is what my only issue with the First Amendment is. This particular, it is allowed for this cult of anti-intellectualism to flourish here, and it will continue to allow it to flourish here
until they themselves start to try to censor,
intellectualize.
Yeah. So they want to. I mean, the fact that it isn't being used against them means that it's going to be harder for them to use those powers against us. We'll see how well that works.
Well, I hope you're right, Rich. And there's a couple of times in more recent history where you are
I did say we'll see how well that works.
I know. I'm just saying. Historically, though, sometimes the good guys lose because we're not willing to play dirty. And I'm not saying we should play dirty. In fact, you hear me quite often say that we shouldn't. I may have my hyperbolic moments in a fit of rage. But, like when certain bills are passed that are going to cripple the fucking future of our country for fucking generations to come, I may have said some unkind words in a DM or two. About some individuals who may have been responsible for it. But we shouldn't play dirty, because if we sink to their level, if we become as bad as them, what are we actually fighting for? We're not trying to make the world better at that point. We're just trying to be the next dickhead. And that is not a goal we should want.
So if you think that contrapasso is the thing that he employs throughout, which is what we talk about now.
At least in the Inferno, absolutely. I think it changes when we. I think it changes a bit when we get to Purgatorio. To be fair, just for the audience, but yes, at least for the Inferno, 100%.
Right. So when do we start using this word throughout instead of just using it for this line?
In the history, if I remember correctly, it's around the middle of the Enlightenment, which is like 1540s, 1530s, is when it becomes like predominant, the thought that this is the contrapasso, this is what actually keeps you in hell, is that you are literally bound by the shackles of your own sin. You could leave at any time if you were just willing to give it up. I'd have to go back and check, but I'm pretty sure if it's not the 1500s, it's definitely the 1640s, because we know for a fact that certain elements of this are within what we see here in the 1600s and the colonies here. So at least by the 1640s, but I'm pretty sure it was the 1500s.
Beneventano de Imola and Jacopo della Lana began using the idea of contrapasso, although they didn't use the word itself. Well, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
When do they start using the word?
I just know
and the
that at
Renaissance.
least according to like you're gonna have to look at least from what I'm remembering into Latin stuff from fucking Rome, because we start seeing this infiltrate Rome's idea of how they teach hell, and even what certain bishops and cardinals write in their journals and shit like that. We start to see it proliferate in the 1500s heavily. I don't know the exact cause as to why it proliferates heavily then. I just know it starts to.
What did they call it in Lucifer? They had a word for it.
I don't remember. I haven't watched it. Like, honestly, I tried watching the final season. I got 2 episodes in and gave up because
I thought the final season was really good.
I'm not saying it was bad. I couldn't
Mhm.
get into it because the cinematography was too different. There was like too much of a gap between
They're called hell loops. That's what they're
hell
called.
loop. Yeah.
Personal torture scenarios that repeat the sinner's worst guilt or sin.
But like for me, like the first 5 seasons were great. And don't get me wrong, I wanted that 6th season because I wanted like the storylines to be tied up. But when they came back, there was that gap. The acting felt different, the chemistry was different, and because they had different directors of cinematography and director of photography, director of cinematography, director of photography, than the original show, it looked different, and I couldn't get into it. It felt like an imposter. Even if the story was good, I couldn't get into it. It just felt wrong.
You know what I didn't understand about hell loops as opposed to a contrapasso, because they're not quite the same, is that with the hell loop, if you can get over your guilt, then you can get out.
Well, but I think that's what Gaiman added to explain the
But doesn't that
escapees from hell.
imply that a psychopath would basically be
Yes,
immune from
and that's
hell?
where not immune, but eventually escapable, which is where I was getting to with. I think that was an inclusion of Gaiman to explain the escapees from hell in the comics. I honestly think that was an addition sheerly for
Because
plot,
they never felt guilt, and the only reason they were trapped
or
was because of
they were able to get over their guilt but not actually feel bad about it. They never got to remorse. They just got to ambivalence and were able to use that to get out. Yeah, there was a couple of those
the only
that
reason they
happened.
could get out, according to the show at least, was because Lucifer wasn't there.
Well,
to
but
stop
that's because, okay, for those of you who have watched the show does not do everything that's in the comics and vice versa. You were talking about a very particular time period in the show that the comics, because they time jump, technically spans more of. So like, yes, part of it was he wasn't there, and that was why so many were able to escape, especially with Mazikeen also being on Earth. But there were other times where people escaped even when he had his watch fly in hell. It was literally the get out of jail free card, was figure out a way to get over your guilt. And if you gained remorse and gained piety, you may have moved on to purgatorio and potentially on to paradise. If you found it as an ambivalence or, as you mentioned, psychopathy, you may come back to earth and raise hell again, so to speak.
So who would win in a battle between Lucifer and the Spectre?
Okay, if we're talking in universe, Spectre. If we're talking like logical implications of power, Lucifer.
Nice.
Spectre is pretty much fucking unbeatable. You know that. Like they plot armored the fuck out of Spectre.
Lucifer was 50% responsible for the creation of the DC Omniverse. So I don't know. I mean, Spectre is a representative of God, right? So God would beat, presumably, Lucifer. But an arm of God? That's like one level removed. I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like, but we're talking implications of power. If you remove the plot armor of Spectre, if you go just by the powers that were stated as opposed to the sudden powers that were just like Oh no, you can't do that to me. Shit that happened with Spectre. If you go just with the power stated, Lucifer wins because he has actual reality manipulating capabilities that Spectre never shows. It's implied that he has it, but it's never shown. Whereas it is actually shown with Lucifer. So, at least by implication, Lucifer is the more powerful of the two without the plot armor. Add the plot armor, Spectre wins all time, every time. He's basically One Punch Man.
Interesting.
Like that's true of a couple of people, like One Above All in Marvel. Fucking same fucking problem. They wrote him to be fucking the only way you could beat him is for make him beat himself essentially. DC ran into
That's
this
usually how you
problem.
beat the devil in most poems.
Well, but the DC ran into this problem in the Superman universe with Mxyzptlk. Mr. Mxyzptlk, however the fuck you say his name. The fifth dimensional. Yeah.
It's Mxyzptlk.
This is what
I
I'm.
practiced it when I was a kid many times.
But this is my
got
point.
right.
Like DC did the same thing. They wrote him into a corner where the only way that you could beat him is make him beat himself.
Because he follows rules.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you defeat the devil historically in stories.
Yep.
Is that the devil follows rules and you follow them.
Okay. Historic predominance, yes. Historically, as in origin, no. But other than that, I agree. Because if you go back to the original origin, you could not beat the devil. It was physically impossible. In fact, God quite literally designed it to be so. It could not be, the devil cannot be defeated until the second coming of Jesus in the original theology. No human can overcome them.
But because the devil, at least in many of these stories, because the devil follows rules, like keeps his word and stuff like that.
Well, and that's what I'm saying is that came with the predominance of culture and folklore and all that.
Devil went down to Georgia.
Yep.
You just play a better.
Well, I mean, you know this, and if my wife is listening, she's gonna hate that I say this. If we go by the evangelical the theology that the serpent in the garden was Satan, he's the one who didn't lie. Yeah. God lied. So yeah, it was always he was bound by rules and logic. It was. The best way to describe it is he was bound by the very same things that we humans are. And God, over time, as he transitioned from Yahweh the storm god to Yahweh the volcano god, and laterally Yahweh the fucking war god, and everything that it became later.
Did they have volcanoes?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Have you forgotten Vesuvius, Pompeii? Like there's a shit ton of volcanoes around the Mediterranean.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about in the Palestine area, in the Levant.
Yeah, you realize that first of all, when you trace these histories back, the Levant, in the way that it's described, is primarily myth. In the way that they talk about it, these people come from Africa. They literally got their birth in the Rift Valley.
Wasn't Sinai at one point a volcano?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's tons of them, and
because that is also like the Middle East, the Levant is also a convergence of multiple plates,
and a separation of plates as well. That's what I'm saying. Like when you actually start looking at the history of Judaism and where the actual roots of that stem, we have one of the oldest Judaic temples is on a little island in the Nile called Elephantine. And yes, I know it sounds funny, but that's how they pronounce it for some fucking reason. It's spelled like elephantine. like being big, but it's not pronounced that way. And when you then trace back those people's origins, it doesn't go to the Middle East. It goes to Rift Valley. It goes deeper into Africa, where there are literal lava fields open to the air, Rich. Just
Yeah.
crack, because this is where part of the plate is separating. You are literally watching new Earth form, and there's like little lava pits around this place in certain areas. Not a volcano, just open pit. Well,
Probably some good
open
hot
pool.
springs over there.
In fact, it's one of the most active like area for hot springs and geysers in Africa. It's very much like our fucking Yellowstone
You
in
go to
that
hot
regards.
springs? I mean, there's lots of hot springs in Arkansas, right?
I have never been over there personally. My wife and I planned a trip over there one time, and then COVID hit, and we just never got around to going back over there.
I know plenty of hot springs.
Yeah, I've been in hot springs. You've
got
been
them
in
Japan, right?
Yep.
Japan
everywhere.
is like one giant hot spring.
Yeah, and then I've been to the ones in Idaho. I've been to the ones in fucking southeast
Japanese are
Washington.
so, like, obsessed with saunas and stuff.
I don't know if that's why.
Saunas are a different thing, but like
Steam bath.
hot springs and like baths and whatnot, especially with like the sulfuric what is it, like baths that they have and stuff like that. Yeah, those are very very popular.
I went to a capsule hotel when I was there, and they had all kinds of like hot pools and saunas and things like that, and it was really cool.
Yep.
The only thing that surprised me was the number of people who were smoking in the lounge.
Oh, that shouldn't have surprised you in Japan back in the day. Like, it might surprise. I think it surprised you now, but like in the 90s.
I went in 2010. It was like pretty late. Like,
it
was long after we.
No, I'm still like quite literally like laws and stuff like that deal with like smoking in public really didn't start to take off until almost 2015.
Really, I didn't know. I knew it was a big problem in the 90s. Like, Japan had one of the worst they were worse than anywhere in the United States for secondhand smoke.
Yeah.
There was not a single place in the entire United States that hit the density of anywhere. Even rural Japan had more of a fucking secondhand smoke problem than we did.
Yeah, like I used to smoke, and in 2011, part of 2012 2012 is when I quit smoking. But like when I did smoke, like you could go basically anywhere and smoke pretty much anywhere, like without any major problems. Like,
I mean, there
if
were
you
rules.
Went to the mall,
there were rules about don't be a dick and flip your butts and all that shit. But yeah, you could smoke pretty much anywhere.
How
long before culture caught up to the law? If they started in 2015, how long before it would be weird if you saw somebody smoking?
Well, it's not that weird that you saw someone smoking. They have designated public areas for smoking now. So like before, it would be one of those things where you'd walk outside from like the mall, or you'd walk outside from the grocery store, and there'd be just somebody standing right next to the door, lighting up a cigarette with smoke everywhere. And that was like usually normal. Now they have to walk. Can I finish before you jump in?
Too.
Can I finish before you jump in? Then you would walk. Now you have to walk around the grocery store or around the mall to a designated area away from everybody else to smoke.
Yeah, and all I was going to say is that was a transition too, because the time I was there, you could smoke in restaurants. You could smoke anywhere. There was not a single place you could not smoke. Like, the only place that was faux pas was smoking at, like, I don't remember if it was shrines or temple. What's the ones with the bells? You go...
those are shrines.
Shrines. It was faux pas to smoke at the shrines when we were there.
Yeah. There are some rituals that involve smoke with at Shinto shrines, and like that would be considered a disruption or disrespect. So,
Oh,
anyway,
I didn't know the reason. I just figured it was, hey, this is a sacred place. Don't do it here.
But there's also that too. But the main thing I was gonna say is there's restaurants like here called like Caesarea, which is like this cheap Italian food, and then there's like family restaurants as well that used to have smoking sections. Like quite literally, there'd barely be a wall, and you'd have like full smoking sections where you could smoke, and then like non-smoking sections, and you could literally have a table that is in a non-smoking section directly next to someone in a smoking section,
Chain
and there'd be
smoking.
no wall between you.
Yeah, it'd be that little like curtain thing that's between stalls.
But in 2015, they basically made it so that restaurants can't have that smoking thing. The only exceptions they make for this are izakayas, which are basically like little tiny.
Stand-up places, if I'm remembering correctly.
No, they're for drinking. They're like little drinking establishments where not only you pay for the drinks, but you also pay like a surcharge on top of the drink for
like
the amount of time you spend in the location.
Oh, okay. I thought, and this is
they're tiny dive bars,
and this is perhaps like communication between me and the guy because he didn't speak fluent English. He was good, but he wasn't fluent. Perhaps there was a miscommunication there on either one of our parts. But the way izakayas were places that were essentially like Japanese tapas. You go in, you pay mainly to drink. Yeah. There's a little bit of food, but most of the time you're standing and you're not there for very long.
Right, but the other thing is that at these locations, you not only pay for your drink and pay for the food that they give you, you also pay a fee for the amount of time you spend at the location. So if you go there, you get served the food, and you don't drink a thing, you still are going to be charged as if you were drinking for the time that you spent there, because these places are usually really tiny, can only hold maybe 10 people, and and they're designed to be drinking establishments, and they're used to having the same patrons over and over again.
Yeah, this is back when I still drank more regularly. Like now I drink 2 or 3 times a year, if that. Like I've gone whole years without drinking, but so I didn't notice the surcharge because like I didn't understand the bill, but I just took it like tapas in Spain or in Portugal, where it's you're not meant to stay long because you're meant to go to the next tapas place, or in this case the next izakaya.
Yeah.
So I thought that's what it was. I didn't know it was they were charging us for time.
Yeah. Patrons pick their favorite izakaya and they stay there the whole time because you're going to get surcharged there, and if you go to the next place, you're also going to get surcharged there. So bar hopping in Japan is not really a common thing unless you. Are so
this is
about,
my
like,
guide
helping bars.
This is my guide helping out the local fucking patron or the local shopkeepers and stuff. Okay, fair enough.
Right. If you're bar hopping izakayas, you are spending money like a motherfucker.
I mean, it was relatively cheap in comparison to what that would have cost me as a night in Japan, in America. But yeah, it was a lot more expensive than when we went to go eat at sit down places.
Yeah.
Like especially like even the places like that were like fancy quote unquote sit down were cheaper than what we were doing. But I just thought we were drinking good fucking rice liquor. Like
nah. The main thing to keep in mind is like for most Japanese people, even to this day, going out to a restaurant is like going out to like on a vacation almost. Like for them, like the actual trip to the restaurant is akin to what we would feel is like to a vacation.
And that's fair. I just like I didn't understand that's what I was essentially paying for. Essentially, we were renting the space. It was wait, if you don't move on, I can't make as much money, so I'm going to charge you for the
correct.
Yeah.
So
I just didn't know that.
If you had a Mormon friend that came with you to this location, drank nothing but water, they would still have to pay a the surcharge. No matter
what's that stuff that it's also rice liquor, but it's like gold and like milky looking.
There's Doboroku.
Yeah, I think that's what we were drinking. We were drinking a lot
Yeah,
of it.
that's the unfiltered stuff. There's Doboroku that's like legal tender, and then there's the homebrewed stuff, and I don't think you had the homebrewed stuff.
No, we were going to like
They're not allowed to. You're not
establishments.
allowed to sell that, and I don't think you're allowed to make more than like 6 bottles for personal consumption a year, like
Oh,
6 liters.
I don't know any of that. I just know I was drinking something that wasn't sake. It tasted really sweet, and it was cloudy and yellow, and they said it was made from rice. And I
Yeah, it was
think
probably Doboroku then.
yeah. And that
Were
stuff
there chunks
was,
in it?
if there were, I don't remember because we drank so much of it.
Okay.
Like, just to be fair, I don't. We were drinking the little like saucer cups. Like, it was so little
Yeah.
at a time. I don't know
If it's milky like that, usually there's still like remnants of koji inside of it because it's unfiltered. So sometimes you'll get these little chunks of like the fermented rice that they use for that. For
I don't know.
making it.
Everywhere we went, we ate something, so I don't know if I noticed it or just thought it was the food I ate before I took the drink. Like, I honestly
be.
don't remember because, like, you're saying that makes sense when you say it's unfiltered, but I don't remember. And I was only there 72 hours. I remember about 4.
Can you
Yep.
trust sushi from 7-Eleven?
Depends
trust
on how
sushi at
close
7?
you are to an ocean.
I don't need it. Like I'll tell you right now, there are times where even when I go to like the kaiten sushi, the conveyor belt sushi places and whatnot, where even if I order it and like it comes out like on a specialty tray or whatnot, I can still get sick from eating that. Like, I'll tell you right now that gas station sushi or convenience store sushi is always a gamble.
Well, okay. When I lived in Florida, I would eat sushi from pretty much anywhere but gas stations. Like, if you're talking like an actual like convenience store, because almost no 7-Elevens had gas stations in Florida. They were all just like the standalone fucking restaurant, or like fucking come and get your cheese dog and your fucking Slurpee and move type things.
But
And
the other thing is that
but we were close enough to an ocean where you could pretty much guarantee the fish was fresh. Like, you weren't getting tuna, it was like mackerel and shit like that. But like, because we have all that around Florida, you could guarantee the fish was fresh, so you wouldn't be sick. It wouldn't be great, but for $5, yeah.
I will say this though, like, if you're talking about sushi as in maki sushi, where you have like the rolled, like in a circular, then yeah, you're basically fine because there's barely any fish in there anyway. So
Yep, it's mainly veggies and rice.
you're right. Like I wouldn't even I barely even call that sushi. So
I mean, and that's what you get mostly. Like, Rich, you are close enough where any of the ones that have like shrimp or any of the fish you know that are caught along Galveston, you might be safe. But if it's like fucking yellowfin tuna, run. you are not close enough to any ocean that has yellowfin in it.
Right. So like taking the wife for sushi in the United States, she's like, yeah, I'm not big on the maki sushi. And I was like, yeah, that's basically their whole menu. And she's like, oh, okay.
Okay.
Unless you want to spend oodles and oodles of money just to get like 1 or 2 nigiri, then yeah, it's gonna.
No. It depends on where you are in the country. At least in Florida and in Detroit, you have a lot of like good ones.
Kansas.
Yeah. I'm surprised sushi
Kansas-
wasn't
Kansas-
microwaved Uncle
Kansas
Ben's
in
and fucking
2012.
Gordon's fish camps. Yeah, like I said, I'm
Kansas in
surprised sushi.
2012.
I'm literally surprised sushi wasn't microwaved Uncle Ben's with fucking fish sticks on it. Like, at that point. Like,
Yeah.
But like, depending on where you are, you could get some decent ones, not at like crazy prices, and you're not getting the fancy, like, by your standard stuff. You're getting fancy American stuff. You know, the stuff where they put all the extra crap on top and then dusted in
Cream
panko. No, the yum yum sauce or the fire sauce drizzled ones. And Yeah, I get those, and I get the sauce on the side, because the stuff that they add is really good, as long as you don't drown it in that fucking sauce.
Like, I I can't. Like, I'm just like, you can either use tare sauce or you can use what is it like?
Yeah,
like
I'm not a
soy
fan
sauce.
of the onion
If you're
sauce. The
using
fire
anything other
sauce
than
is
that,
the fire sauce. When you go to the right places, is what you and I in English would call chili crisps.
okay. Well, I'm telling you right now that I would feel violated to put that on sushi.
Really,
Yeah.
I've seen that served on. I'm wondering if that's a regional thing, because I've seen that at like Michelin star restaurants in Japan, like from like reviews of them, where they will put like chili crisp oil on to the top of certain sushi rolls that are meant to be really
Oh,
spicy.
you're talking like, see, I thought you meant like the dipping sauce for like dipping sushi.
No, like dripping it over the top and stuff like that.
It would really depend on what it is, because I don't know.
In America, we tend to use mackerel because it's more readily accessible. Over there,
Mackerel
you got
is disgusting.
I know you feel that way, but in Japan, when I've seen these rolls at the Michelin star, they're using what's the name for the first tuna of the year, the ones that have the not great marbling, the first ones that come out like at the beginning of the harvest.
It's like,
There's
what
a
is it?
special
It's
name.
like it's like Hatsu. What is it?
Yeah, but that's what they use because it's
Hatsutsuki or something like
because you wouldn't ruin the high end tuna with this, but the first of the year tuna you add stuff to, and this is basically their way of making that first of the year tuna that extra special at the Michelin star places. And we do
Yeah.
it here. The only difference is in America, instead of it being dripped on with a spoon, it's put on with a fucking squeeze bottle. So I get that shit outside. And I use it like dipping sauce, because if I don't, they're going to drown it like I'm a fucking American, and I'm never going to be able to taste anything inside it. I like mackerel because I like fattier whitefish. I know why you don't like mackerel. We've talked about that. I just happen to like it because it's reminiscent of the fish I used to eat in Michigan, like walleye and perch and stuff like that, bass, etc.
Right.
It's which are also very fatty, like white meat fishes. Like it was reminiscent of that, so I enjoy it. I get why you don't, because both of the other two people here like sushi. Are either one of you a fan of mackerel?
I mean, I'm not really even a sushi fan.
Really? I figured you liked it sometimes.
I mean, okay, the pretty much the only variety of sushi that I actually enjoy is shrimp nigiri.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, mackerel is very oily. Just like I love eel. I don't know if you like eel. I love eel.
I love eel. I love eel.
But it's that same kind of greasy texture, but in a fish. And I get why a lot of people don't like that consistency in a fish. Like it also makes them smell.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you right now, like I was at school the other day, and I'm walking up to the teacher's office, and the librarian who usually does preps all the food for the teachers, she was like saying to me, is like, yeah, you need to watch out, today is they're making mackerel today. And I was like, it's okay, I smelt it when the truck drove in.
Like, the thing is like, honestly, I have caught mackerel on a hook and line myself. Literally, unless you are cutting that motherfucker open on the boat, you cannot avoid that smell. You basically have to cut it open and throw it on ice, and you have to gut it, completely clean it, not just gut it and fucking, throw it on ice. You have to gut it and fillet it, because if you allow those bones to sit in that meat, you will get that stink.
Stink? No. Stench? Yes.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Everybody has a different tolerance to the fish smell. You know that.
And I don't know how people have a tolerance to that. I mean, I've seen people eat crazy things. Hell, I've eaten crazy things. I don't know how people have a tolerance for that.
I can tell you how I have a tolerance for that smell. I lived in this place called Jensen Beach, Florida for a time. Just go out at low tide. You'll welcome the smell of mackerel. Like this, I have smelled fish smell that is so pungent you taste it. And that was a twice a day occurrence.
Well, with that said, I actually have to go. Because
Yeah, we did run
tomorrow.
Yeah, we did run late,
And we are going
thank you for
fishing
staying.
tomorrow.
Oh, what you going
We are
for?
going fishing tomorrow. We're doing river fishing. We're gonna go get some rainbow trout and whatever iwana is in English, and I'm not sure what it is, but it's a trout-like fish, but it's here in Japan.
I'd have to go look it up.
What was the name of it? Iwani?
I think it's called iwanu or iwana.
Yeah, I don't know that one off. Like I know the
it's-
iwamu, which is the catfish thing that lives in Lake Biwa, but those are not what you're going to be fishing for. Those are lake fish, not river
yes.
fish.
White spotted char is the English name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So a trout-like species. I think they're a salmon family, right?
Felvelinus
Yeah.
Here's the
is
thing.
salmonoids.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's char. Like they've got their own genus.
You like quite literally, you pull the rainbow trout out, and you pull this iwana out, and you put them right next to each other, and the only thing that looks different between the two of them is the coloring on the fish.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sounds
because
about right.
they're basically like they're very closely related.
I'm about to nerd out on taxonomy if we go any deeper, but yes, that's why I said salmon family, because technically,
Yes, family of Salmonidae. That is
Yeah.
that is correct.
yeah,
And
because
then there's
I'm going
there's the genus.
taxonomic. If it looks like a trout, it's generally going to be from the same. There's a few exceptions, but if it looks like a trout, it generally comes from the salmon family.
We're gonna go catch them, and then they have the barbecue spot right there, so you literally catch them directly out of the river, and you cook them
Wait.
right there.
Barbecue spot, as
barbecue.
in they provide the charcoal, because I know you guys have parks like that. Ah, okay.
Yep.
I was gonna say, are you getting the good bitochan? The ring oak charcoals?
No,
Ah,
no, but we do get to put them. We got to put them on skewers and then stick them in the fire.
yeah, that's cool though. For those of you who don't know why I'm geeking out, there is a particular style of charcoal that's made from a Japanese white oak. It's called bitochan, and it is the way they form it is essentially it ends up looking like little gray beads for a giant necklace, but you burn it and it burns so beautifully and the taste is so good. The heat, like if you've ever barbecued and you get those hot spots on your grill, you will never get that with this. You can be the dumbest fucking barbecuer on earth and not get a hot spot with this stuff. It's great.
Did you wave?
What's up, Rich?
It sounded like he's talking to his mom.
Yeah, he unmuted though, which means he was about to say something.
No, I just unmuted.
Oh, okay. Now,
but
before
anyway,
we close
I
out,
gotta
Despy, thank you for staying as late as you did. This closes out Canto 28. We will get to Canto 29. And we have Despy, Ancom, Micah, Rich, and I am Jack. And until next week.
Well, woke up late and missed a rapture bus, trying to Google legs and how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit. No refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting empty. empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the cloud. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate. Lucifer chew when traitors fade. Brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the cloud. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate. Lucifer chew when traitors fade. Brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Look at one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the cloud. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate. Lucifer chew when traitors say brewers Judas locked in ice too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus. Trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's lost sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Look at one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the cloud. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate. Lucifer chew when traitors say brewers Judas locked in ice too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus. Trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's lost sin. empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the cloud. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frost frosters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate. Lucifer chew when traitors stay. Brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. All are singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night.